Good morning, welcome along to Tuesday's action here at the MODUS Super Series as our 6 Group A players fight it out for that place at finals night. Paul Nicholson is alongside me to preview today's action, but first we are going to take a look at what happened yesterday. Well, Paul, Kieran Tian didn't manage to win a single game yesterday, but the good news for him is that Graham Usher did and won the whole thing last week.
Well, he knows a thing or two about getting bad starts in Group A and ending up winning the whole week, so I think he's going to be clinging on to that today.
And Adam Atkinson maybe took a little bit of time to settle the ADC qualifier.
Yeah, it's his first Group A campaign, so he knows that he's got plenty of opportunities to recover, but he won't have been pleased with a lot of his aspects yesterday, but he did get himself a win against Kieran.
What about the Dutch duo then of Danny van Trijp and Jeroen Mioch? Because Van Trijp hit a 9-darter when we were in Southampton. I don't think we saw that explosive best from him.
Not yet, but he's got that explosive nature about his game. But as far as Mioc is concerned, I was very impressed with him. He looked very calm up there, and walking away with 6 points for the day was a very, very solid effort.
But really, it was a battle between two players, wasn't it? Ben, Robb and Raymond Smith, and a lot came down to the match between them.
It did, and it was a game that really Raymond shouldn't have won. I think he understands that, but I think they separated themselves quality-wise from the field quite early, and the likelihood of that happening again is very, very likely.
Yes, Smith did have a perfect start, won all 5 matches, so tops the table. And we can have a look at that Group A table after 1 day's play. It does look like, Paul, it is going to be a real fight between these two players from Australia and New Zealand.
At this stage, we can say that because of what we saw yesterday, but that was another day. I think if somebody gets a really hot start today, then they could drag themselves into the race. But from a quality perspective, you look at what they've done. If they do it again, I think the other players might struggle to get themselves in the top 2 going into day 3.
And you made the point yesterday that Jeroen Mioch plays the first match against Kieran Tian, so he could actually be level on points with Ben Robb before he throws a dart.
There are benefits to the way the schedule is laid out. So if you play the last game of Monday, you then play the first game of Tuesday, and you can get that head start that the other players can't get.
Well, let's take a bit of a deeper dive into the players' performances yesterday, and you can crunch these numbers, Paul. Here are the stats from yesterday's action. The 2 players that we talked about, the top 2, both averaging over 90, a very good standard here at the Super Series.
It is. The one thing that grabs my attention, though, from Mioc and from Raymond Smith is that their doubles at 35% and over. That's almost where you need to be if you're going to find success here at the Super Series. Ben will find his checkout percentage below 35% purely because in one match he missed, 9 match darts against Raymond. Majority of the time he was very good on his doubles, but he did let himself just only on 1 or 2 occasions. But there are some fine margins we can look at today, but the averages I think were excellent for a first day campaign.
Yeah, Raymond must have thought it was his birthday yesterday when he missed all those darts at double Ben Robb, but it's actually today, so happy birthday to Raymond Smith. And as a little treat, we're going to show all 5 of his victories from yesterday, not in full by the way, that would just be silly, wouldn't it? But here's the end of all of those matches, and it was all about Raymond, wasn't it?
Well, yes it was, and here's the funny thing, because a lot of our regular viewers and even some new viewers are going to think this is on loop, because it kept feeling like he left 25 to win every match, and most of them he did win with a 25 checkout, but you only have 25 checkouts when you miss the bull for the match. So maybe today that's the one thing he can improve on.
It is something, isn't it, that you would encourage your coaching clients and other players to practice a lot. That 25 finish, it comes into play a lot more often than players might think.
Well, here's a big tip for everybody who wants to get better today. You want to practice the things that you don't practice. Things like 9, like 7. You're going to leave these sorts of numbers. But 25, if you're a decent player, you're going to leave it a lot. And if you can take it a lot, you'll win a lot of matches.
Can he do it again? Could he go for another day unbeaten?
I don't want to get ahead of myself, and I know that Raymond's not going to do that either. But on his birthday, I'm sure he'll want the 10 points again. And if he gets them, he's going to take some stopping.
Right, first match then is Jeroen Mioch against Kieran Tian. When the pair met yesterday, it was 4-2 to the Dutchman. It was the very last match of the day, compounding that misery for Tian, who ended up not winning. But as we were saying before, it's not the end of the world in this format, is it?
No, I think today Kieran will probably admit that what he wants to do is find some sort of positivity, find something that is working with his throw, maybe something that's working on a certain section of the dartboard, keep leaving it, keep taking it, and do better than yesterday and incrementally improve throughout the week. Coming through this group now is almost impossible, so from here it's just about incremental improvement.
Right, he's going to head down to commentary. We're going to get the darts started. It is Kieran Tian against Jeroen Mioch. Can the Dutchman duplicate that defeat of Kieran, or can Hightower hit back? We'll find out with this man. And good morning, Chris Mason.
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're sat down and ready for another enjoyable day of action here at the MODUS Live Lounge at the Super Series. There's our referee. And this is Jeroen Mioch. Very good day for him yesterday. Picking up 3 wins from 5. And this man had a bit of a disaster, but as the boys were mentioning, it's not all bad. He has, in fact, replicated the performance of yesterday and gone on to win the entire week. I agree with
first leg. It's Jerome
the
to
comments
throw
from
first.
Nico. It's
Game on.
literally all about finding some positivity to take through the rest of the week. Build up some momentum, build up the confidence, rebuild the throw, and get ready for Thursday and Friday. And that's when he can make his move. But this man, Nico, Jeroen Mioch, will be looking to make his move today.
Yeah, I think an early move is needed as well. If you consider the
100
quality that we saw from the Oceanic connection yesterday, you may need to find possibly 2 or 3%. But it's very likely because his confidence levels today, after his debut day, I'm sure will be very, very high.
Absolutely, and rightly so. Incredibly,
100.
Kieran's best performance came in that final match of the day yesterday. What, in terms of his average, he averaged 84.66. He did have an average of 88.72, but the actual, in terms of performance, I mean, he missed 12 darts at a double, which is why his average
85.
ended up at 84.66. But in terms of all-round performance, he looked his best in that final match, and maybe he can carry that over into today.
And maybe the way he was rolling on Monday, no matter what he found, his opponent was going to find something a little bit better.
And that tended to be the case, didn't it?
140.
But there just seemed to be a bit more tempo and a bit more rhythm to his throw in that final game, and it already looks like he has carried that over today. He almost found the formula that
100.
That worked.
Kieran, you require 76.
It'd be nice to get a break of throw in your first leg of the day. A double top for it.
Game shot on the
and
first
that will make him
leg.
feel very
Kieran
good
Tian.
indeed. I've got a bit of a point to make about these two gentlemen because they've still got 2 days of action
Second
here in
leg,
Group
it's
A,
Kieran
and
to throw first.
in every
Game on.
likelihood, both players might have 4 more days before a potential Saturday night appearance.
100.
But this format is very different to a lot of the tournaments that they will play. So this is like playing a completely different game, really, to a knockout tournament, which is the usual format that these guys will play on tour or off tour. But I have a funny feeling, and I was thinking about this in depth this morning, that maybe when you look at the lifetime stats of Jeroen Mioch, maybe playing more games per day
60.
and having them guaranteed is where he will thrive. I think we might have found his strength.
Yeah, well, his sort of annual average in recorded events coming into this was 82, and he was well above that yesterday. But in my opinion, looked like there was even more in the locker. And I think you could be onto something. That whole mentality of knowing
41
that you're not out if you lose a game is taking the pressure off him and allowing him to play with a bit more freedom.
And on the flip side of that, you may have someone like Ciaran Teehan who is not a fan of Mondays. He's not a fan of Tuesdays or Wednesdays either. He might be someone who just needs those few days to figure out what's going
Kieran,
right.
you require 120.
And at this stage, I don't think we can write him off at all.
I'm certainly not writing him off to qualify for Saturday night, that's for sure.
60.
Because we've had our fingers burned from doing that previously. Week 1 of Series 1.
44.
He sensibly went for the 19s first to try and trim the number down, but after that, he wasn't able to leave a finish, and Tian is in to double up.
Not bad for him.
Game
Yeah,
shot on the
finds
second
it.
leg. Kieran Tian.
Well, that's a fascinating second dart because we had a great camera angle there. Did he throw that single a little flatter?
It did look
Third
flatter,
leg, it's
didn't it?
Jeroen to throw first. Game
Has
on.
he been watching Daryl Gurney? Now, if you're not aware, Daryl Gurney has this proclivity on a 60 finish to throw the single flatter to
58.
make sure that he's not blocking the tops. That camera angle was fascinating.
Yeah, he changes his... Daryl Gurney, changes his grip
41.
position on the barrel. That means that when it comes out of his hand, it will land flat in the board, thus not blocking out the tops.
100.
What's your thoughts on the way that some players as well will change the colour of their dart shirt from day to day? Having a home and away shirt, or in the case of Peter Jakes, he's got 8 different colours.
136.
Well, I was always a big fan of the red shirt from Tiger on the final day in a big tournament.
Do you know why he used to wear red on a Sunday?
96.
He went to Stanford University, and their colour was red.
Oh, right. So it was almost a tribute to them.
It was. And Ricky Fowler, you know, he wears a lot of
85.
orange because he went to OU, Oklahoma University, and they're orange.
Oh, didn't know that. Every day is a school day here at the Super Series.
42.
Yeah, and I think it's about mindset, isn't it? You know, and obviously well, they worked for Tiger, didn't it?
Well, Black used to work for Gary Player.
Yeah.
46.
They called him the man in black.
I think it's a nice way for dart players nowadays to just express themselves a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't work for
57.
everybody. Sometimes you get an absolute horror of a dart shirt, but every now and again you get something that just pops a little bit and you think, well, I'm starting to understand where you're coming from. And you always see with Irish dart players just that
67. Jeroen
flickering of the
Mioch,
flag, that bit of
148.
pride. I like that.
Yeah, agreed. Kieran will be back at 126
100.
for 3 zip.
Kieran, you require 126.
Show me a dart player of this level who doesn't like a 1-2-6. Just really inviting, especially when you've got the bullseye in your sights.
101. Jeroen, you require
Nothing wrong with the
48.
line. Maybe a bit of adrenaline in there. Overpitched.
2-8. Stop himself from going 3-0 down.
32.
About 25
Kieran, you
again.
require 25.
The Raymond Smith.
Yep. You got to practice it. Pick a route and make it feel easy. It's
Game
incredible
shot
how
on the
many
third
times you're going to
leg.
leave it.
Kieran
If you
Tian.
play darts for years and years and years. And right now, Tian is proving that Tuesday is a very different day to Monday.
Fourth leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
A lot of practice routines we do start at sort of 1-2-1, don't they? I used to do a thing 41 to 81
96.
and use that as the sort of pre-warm up to the warm up of the 1-2-1 to 170. And and you see so many games won and lost
60.
in those little 2-dart combination shots.
One of my favourite finishing games is 10 up, 1 down. So if you hit a finish and you start at 60, for instance, you hit that,
125.
you go to 70, you miss, you go to 59. But you could also do it in reverse. You can start at 100, and if you hit it, you go down 10.
99.
And if you miss it, you go up 1, just to make it a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, so you're trying to get yourself down as low as you can go.
Yeah, the aim of the game is to hit a 3 checkout or a 2.
45.
Just make practice a bit more constructive.
Yeah, a bit more stimulating. A lot of the games can become quite tedious, and
40.
when that happens, you don't tend to put the same kind of energy into it. You gotta find something that stimulates the brain.
It's funny because when we were on tour, myself and Robert Thornton would always
59.
get there at 9 o'clock in the morning for a 12 o'clock start. He'd walk up to me about 10 past 9 and he wouldn't say anything apart from 1, 2, 1.
92.
That was it, as if to say, come on, you and I on the dartboard now. And it happened for years.
Yeah, I like the 1-2-1 to 170. It's, you know, it's not necessarily as a game I do when I'm doing that. By the time you sort of get to a tournament and you're in full flow, that's a
100. Kieran,
it's a
you
great way
require
just to get the arm moving
131.
and add a little bit of pressure because you don't want to let your partner down.
If Tian does find himself with a
55.
4-0 win here,
Jeroen, you require
he
110.
will reduce his leg difference to -8, and he will put Jeroen into the minus column. It could still happen if Kieran wins by 4 legs to 1, but that starts a comeback, and that is more like it from the Dutchman. Using those 48mm points, which
Game on.
I don't think I could use those.
Harpoon. Don't forget, if you are a social media user and you want to get in touch with us, at MSS Darts on
100.
Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And I do often say I don't use Twitter because I deleted my account many years ago.
97.
And I keep reiterating because people keep asking me for other platforms, am I on there? No, I am not. Yeah, there has been a few fake accounts apparently. Probably more interesting
39.
than my original account. But you're on Twitter, aren't you, Paul?
I am, but I'm not on Facebook or Instagram. So we're covering the spread, one each.
100.
Well, the beauty of those other platforms, there's no point in having a fake account on Facebook, is there? Because it's the whole idea of Facebook is to interact with
96.
old school friends and friends from there on. So
You don't see much interaction between the players in these games. They're very much in their own little circular zones. It's almost like they've got their
41.
own lanes. You walk up to the board, you retrieve, and then you go back. And then it's just a constant circle of concentration.
yeah, absolutely. And when you're playing
58.
the slower player, you take a sort of wider and longer loop around, so you're not stood behind for too long, contemplating the situation, whether it be positive or
85.
negative.
Yeah, I think Dean Winstanley took the longest run on a stage, whereas Gezi Price took the longest walk at the end of the 2021
100.
championship, where he almost looked at his reflection in the trophy before he hit the double five.
Yeah, it took a while to get over the line, didn't he? And he just walked away to
55.
almost settle the
Jeroen, you
nerves.
require 108.
Well, he's just took out 110.
Yeah, leave the same double.
92.
Chance for T, and he had
Kieran,
a
you
crack
require
at 126
123.
and missed the ball for it.
Should get a dart at the ball here. He will. 16 and ball.
How many times do we see it?
83.
And how many times
Jeroen,
have we
you
got to
require
see it?
16.
In shots like that, give yourself the guaranteed shot at the ball.
Especially when it's to win a match. And a very important one for Kieran.
Game shot on the
he's
5th leg.
ultimately
Jeroen Mioch.
paid the price there. Yet again, we see a player chase the treble, get greedy, and deny
6th leg, it's
themselves
Kieran
the
to throw
opportunity
first. Game on.
at a dart at the ball to win the match.
There's a little bit of satisfaction for myself watching those 3 darts from Jeroen Mioch, because the miss to the left,
57.
slightly closer than the hit, and all 3 points look like cricket stumps right there. Perfectly uniform in graduating towards that 16 segment.
134.
Yeah, they're showing good feel, isn't it? And a good adjustment, a good understanding of the mechanics.
95.
Is Tian thinking right now, because this is his last chance to serve it out on his own throat?
97.
Are the nerves just jingling a little bit now, thinking, if I don't get this, then I could be in trouble again today?
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you're in front but feeling under pressure.
140.
He's pulled on his Ireland shirt this year for the Ireland squad, and a lot of people don't get anywhere near as nervous in singles competition as they do playing for their country, but I think he's been given the old red flag here.
100.
That
Jeroen, you require 90.
Mioc might be able to turn this around from 3-0 down.
Yeah, it's been a strong leg. 134, 97, 180. Not a fan of that, Paul.
50.
Yeah, I like
Kieran,
the
you
20s
require
there.
109.
60 for double 15 is a strong play. And again, it's trying to guarantee a shot on the bullseye for the match, or in this case, for the leg.
Yeah, it's different. It's a match-saving
32.
situation with your opponent on
Jerome,
a very
you
doable
require
109.
40.
What a guide. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
it is
sixth leg.
3-3. So
Jeroen
Tian
Mioch.
has got a very different challenge now. He was 3-0 up, and now he's got to break the throw just to get the points.
Well, the match started
Seventh
with
and
a
final leg. It's
15
Jerome
darter
to
and a
throw
76
first.
out
Game on.
for Kieran, and that was a 15 darter to level things up at 3-3.
We're going to talk about a very different scenario now. I not that long ago, was talking about
55.
Mioc going into the negative column in his leg difference. He wins this match. He now has the chance to go onto 8 points alongside Robb
100.
and to have a leg difference that is only 4 adrift of him. He would very much be in the race for the top spot all of a sudden.
And he has to play him, of course,
60.
today, so that -4 can soon be cancelled out. Well, we traditionally call Tuesday moving day, don't we?
97.
Another golfing reference.
Yeah, that's more of the Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
Friday's moving day, isn't it? Thursday is
137.
Yeah, get yourself settled, and then you got to make your move on Friday and Saturday. And then if you're not in position come Sunday morning in a golf tournament, or in this case, on a Wednesday morning,
140.
then that's it. You're thinking about Thursday, Friday. But fair play to Tian here. He's got himself onto a finish first after 9. This is a very solid leg.
43.
And he has got
Kieran,
6
you
starts to
require
get it done.
164.
and he's forced a mistake out of Mioch. Aggressive when your opponent's not on a finish.
59.
Do you like the 140 setup there?
Absolute all day, every day. 3 darts at the same target.
Be a very different match if we have a treble here.
58.
He's not able
Kieran,
to find
you
one
require 105.
in his last 6 darts.
84. Double 20, double 12. 48, 36.
He's been magnetised to that treble 7.
49. Jeroen, you require 148.
This will be a harpoon to the heart. He seems to have lost the range in this
40.
7th leg. It's almost
Kieran,
as
you
if he's
require
played well for 3 legs and
56.
reverted to type from the first 3 legs after that. But this is his best chance to win the match. Does he get his first points of the week?
36.
He might not.
Jeroen, you require 108.
He's at a 110 to keep the match alive. Can he take a 108 to win it 4-3?
He's got a dart. He
80.
can't use it.
Kieran, you
You
require
can sense
20.
the nerves on the stage. They're walking around like
both-
nervous puppies.
And both for differing reasons.
Can Tian get that win? Double 5. And I think that's
15.
all about not getting a winning
Jeroen, you
feeling
require
yesterday.
28.
100%. That was more than on his mind. Double 7.
Game, shots,
And there's
the
a man
match,
who does
Jeroen
know how to
Mioch.
win. So for the first time this week, we see somebody win from 3-0 down. He maybe shouldn't have, because Tian did have his chances in like 7. The averages plummeted a little bit towards the end of that match. But it's a bit more of what we saw from the Irishman yesterday, and he's got a very tough mental challenge coming his way. Mioc, very much in the race, now on 8 points. We'll get our first look at the birthday boy when we come back. Happy birthday, Raymond Smith, and his first challenge of the day is Danny van Tripe after the break.
start to today's action here at the MODUS Super Series. Kieran Tian looked like he was about to get his first victory when he raced into a 3-leg lead over Jeroen Mioc, but it was a Dutchman who turned it around after Tian missed 5 match starts in that deciding leg. 110 check out the high from Jerome. A 75.82 average for him. He'll be delighted to have got away with a victory there, and it looked like he could have been whitewashed at one point. So that means, as Paul Nicholson was saying it could be earlier today, he's actually now level on points with Robb in second place in the Group A table. As you can see there, 4 clear now of his Dutch compatriot Danny van Tripe. Kieran Tian beaten in all 6 of his matches so far. Van Tripe is actually in action in the next game. He takes on the so far unbeaten Raymond Smith. And when the pair met yesterday, well, Smith completed a whitewash win to complete a clean sweep of victories on day 1 here at the Super Series. That 48 checkout completing the 4-0 victory for Smith. So it's 6 defeats from 6 for Ciaran Teehan. Raymond Smith is looking to make it 6 wins from 6, having won all 5 matches yesterday, all 4 legs against Danny van Tripe. Will it be a piece of cake for the birthday boy, or will Van Tripe spoil the party?
We're about to find out, Murph. And before we go any further, happy birthday, Raymond. 43 today, spending it with us and getting used to the very, very cold weather here on the south coast. But it's nice and warm on the Ocky, and the better things get, the warmer he will be. But there it is. He was 42 yesterday. He's 43 now. Nicknamed the Guru, and up against Big Danny, a man of average height from the Netherlands. He's about 6.5 foot tall.
First leg, it's Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Well, we're going to see the difference in approach from Kieran Tian, who is just desperate to pick up his first win, to this man who just went through the card yesterday. He was only rattled really once, and that was against his nearest rival in the league table, Robb, who missed, what, 9 darts for the match in differing legs.
140.
Well, if you want to get an insight into how Raymond was feeling yesterday as far as jet lag and tiredness and focus are concerned, he had a really interesting interview yesterday with Chris Murphy, and you can find that on our
60.
MODUS Super Series social channels. He was talking about how he got a bit flat during the day, and he was trying to stay focused
40.
by using the match as a catalyst to, you know, get those bits of energy just pumping through his bloodstream once again. It definitely worked, but at times he did win ugly legs. It wasn't all vintage stuff, and when you take that into consideration, he averaged over 90 for the day, and he wasn't feeling 100%. So there's definitely more to give.
Yeah,
135.
The finishing was quality as well, 35%, couple of ton plus outs, a high of 98.56. It was just a very, very solid all-round performance.
100.
And when he woke up this morning, I'm pretty much guaranteeing this statement without even talking to him.
60.
He'll be thinking, it's just another day, getting ready for this challenge and the future challenges over the next few weeks. Again, he looks really sharp at the start. And that is proof of it. If there was one thing that he couldn't do yesterday, it was that. It was a bull finish, and he's found it in the very first leg of his day.
I was just about to say, well, this is one area where he couldn't be overcritical, because when he was missing the ball, he was buckling the ball wire, but not that time. Finds it in the middle. And that's a worry for everybody else in this group, because those averages, of course, were brought down from missing those bullseyes.
What was really interesting for me to hear from Raymond at the end of yesterday's session, because he hung around for about another 30 to 45 minutes after his final game.
100.
Just to give you an insight into how humble he is. He was walking around the production area just thanking everybody for the invite. You don't get that from every
55.
player. They're all very grateful, but for him to stay back and, you know, pat people on the back and say, thanks for all the work you do. I've seen that from people like Martin Adams. This is the kind of mentality this guy's got.
60.
Yeah, doesn't seem to take anything for granted. Certainly works hard at his game.
134.
Danny yesterday had a running average of 84.39, which isn't too bad, but he's going to need to find at least another 3 to 4 points on top of that. 4 maxes. His doubles percentage was close
100.
to 35%, but he did lose a lot of key legs yesterday by fine margins, which is why he found himself in the middle of the table.
100.
And he's already had a joke with me this morning about his flights. Remember how yesterday I said they sometimes look like they're at the bottom of a hamster's cage? Well, today he's
41.
shoved the
Danny
flights and said,
167.
these are brand new.
Well, he does use that. They're a lot thicker, aren't they, than the normal
51.
flight that we would all expect to see down the pub. They're this molded type flight, and there's not a lot of flexibility in them, so they do get broke up quite quickly.
140.
Beautiful concentration
Danny
there on that 60.
116.
But Danny might steal this one away.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
is
second
gorgeous.
leg. Danny Van Tripe.
Really, really well done. And that's actually 1 point shy of his best finish from yesterday.
Third
That
leg is Raymond to
graceful,
throw
open-handed
first.
throw.
Game on.
Used to perfection there to draw level.
Well, it's a great start to the match. Neither player missing a double. Raymond taking out 1-2-4. Danny Van Tripe replying with a
100.
10 plus of his own, the 116.
Well, that's his first leg against Raymond this week because he lost 4-0 yesterday. We didn't have much in the way of bagels yesterday,
125.
even though we were very hungry. In fact, it was Raymond Smith who found 2 bagels, and both against Dutch opponents. It was a very solid end
41.
to an excellent day for Raymond. 95.43 the average, the 2 180s, the 50% on the doubles. Just an excellent
86.
showing. And Danny found a 91.75 average, but maybe, just maybe, because Raymond was that good, it inflated the average of Van Tripe, who didn't have much in the way of
95.
success in getting to doubles. In fact, he only had 3 shots at a double in that match.
Yeah, it was more of a scoring average, wasn't it?
85.
Well, Raymond Smith's throw under a little bit of pressure here. He will stay there. 5 of them leave 170. There's 4 of them.
95.
But a real chance for Danny Van Tripe here.
96. Raymond, you require
A
170.
bit like Raymond, he was hoping for a little extra on the end of the approach visit. If Raymond had got that extra treble 19 in his previous shot, he would have been on 132,
52.
which is
Danny, you
a
require
lot more gettable
109.
than 170. This one is no longer gettable. And I've seen players
49.
go for
Raymond, you
17s on this,
require
believe it or not.
118.
Yep. 4 17s. Not my kind of shot. And that's just not the right shot. Ball.
93.
Is that something
Danny
to do with the
requires
fact that he hit the
60.
ball in the first leg? Or maybe because he didn't even think about it. He thinks 18's first is the right call.
40.
I'm with you, Mace. I think that's wrong.
Raymond, you require 25.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's going to be 2-1 in a second because he's got 25 left.
I don't think I've seen anybody on an opening day take out 25 more than this man. We jinxed it.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nope.
Raymond Smith.
That's a good kill. That's a very difficult kill as well when you
Fourth
have
leg,
to
it's
go from
Danny
the
to
double
throw
8 to the double
first.
4.
Game on.
He's been all around the board, but then again, he's been all around the world just to get here.
Literally. Yeah, the 118.
41.
The problem is you go for the 54. You're in a situation where you've got to find another treble to leave a double that's not the bullseye. Where if you go for the treble 20 and miss it, you've got another
131.
dart to leave double 19, which is of course what, 3 times the size of a bullseye. If you hit the 60, then you've got the option
100.
for 18 tops. just think it's a very negative shot, the 54 on 118.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. There's actually a lot of
60.
stuff that I learned when I moved to Australia about different finishes, and it was fascinating for me to go from a predominantly European way of thinking
60.
to a Southern Hemisphere way of thinking, and all of a sudden I'm seeing the likes of Ciaran Teehan and Robb, some great Australian players doing things a little differently, and it was as if my mind had been
140.
rebooted. I saw somebody go for a 146 with 619s and double 16, thinking,
95. Raymond, you
why
require
have I not been doing this all
170.
along?
Which is the norm now, isn't it?
It is. But I still don't believe 118 first is the right call. This is the right call, and he fancies it. Happy
Game shot on
birthday,
the
Raymond.
foreplay.
It doesn't get any
Raymond
better than
Smith.
that. Great shot. First big fish of the week.
A lovely thing to do on your birthday. You won't forget this
Fifth
birthday,
leg,
will
it's
he?
Raymond to throw first.
That's about as much of a celebration as you get from
Game
Raymond
on.
as well. A little bit of Johnny Clayton ferret finger.
We'll have to get a camera over there just for him. If he keeps doing it.
Put a little picture of Johnny
60.
Clayton on top of it.
Clayton cam.
You know you've made it when you've got your own camera.
140.
It's just another really good display from Raymond. Statistically, it's not better than yesterday. In fact, the only thing that is better than yesterday right now, apart from that 170 finish,
40.
is his checkout percentage. Yesterday it was 50. Today it is 60 with other legs to complete.
Well, unlike yesterday where he couldn't find a bullseye in
43.
2 of those 3 winning legs, he's found the bullseye on the back of a 124 and the bullseye on the back of the 170. Running repairs.
So by that token, if everybody's watching on the monitor in the practice room, if they're aware like we are, oh, he's starting to find bullseyes as well now. That means everybody's got problems.
100.
Is soft tip very popular in Australia?
Not as popular as it is in places like Malaysia,
140.
Singapore, going further north towards Japan and Thailand. But it does have a bit of a presence. They do have a soft tip World Cup team, which our good friend Tory Kewish was part of for a few years.
Yes.
But it's not as strong as the steel tip game.
100. Raymond, you require 161.
Well, he could go out with another big out. Not this time.
Certainly apply enough pressure on the 78 though.
65. Danny, you require 78.
This has got to go.
58. Raymond, you
There's a few
require
darts at tops
96.
over the last couple of days that have gone low. And Raymond's going to get match darts.
Game, shot,
Oh, wow.
and
That's
the
so
match.
clinical.
Raymond Smith.
Just a really good performance once again, slightly above what his running average was yesterday. But the Guru is just full of smiles on his birthday, and you just get the feeling that he's going to take some stopping over the next couple of days. The checkouts were fantastic, and the highlight, of course, that 170 finish. But Danny van Tripe gave it everything he had. He just didn't have enough in his armoury. As far as people trying to topple Raymond Smith, it's Ben Robb who is the closest to him, and he makes his debut on Tuesday against Adam Atkinson in Game 3 after the break.
to kick off your birthday celebrations. Raymond Smith won all 5 yesterday, and he's looking to go through the card again. He might well do it too, if that's anything to go by. A big fish finish on his birthday, a 170 checkout in his first match of the day. He wins it 4-1. Let's have a look at the stats from that one as he defeated Danny van Tripe. An average of just shy of 92 there for Smith, but look at that checkout success, 4 out of 6, including the 170. His second bullseye finish of the match, he hit a 1-2-4 in the opening leg as well. Really looking to just build on the performances he produced yesterday, looking very, very confident and very, very difficult to beat. And he'll be very, very difficult to move from the top of the table as well, as we can see, on to 12 points, maximum points so far for Raymond Smith. Ben Robb looking to respond when he plays the next match against the ADC qualifier this week, Adam Atkinson. Jeroen Mioch, who won his first match against Kieran Tian from 3-0 behind, is also on 8. So as I said, it is time for game 3, and it is Ben Robb against Adam Atkinson. This is what happened when the pair met yesterday. Atkinson took out an 80 checkout to lead the game 2-1, but that was as good as it got for the Poolie, because Robb returned with a wonderful 1-2-8 finish, himself bedding the bullseye, and he went on to win that match by 4 legs to 2. Both of our first 2 fixtures today have seen the winners of yesterday repeat that result, so Ben Robb is looking for a replication of his own here. Adam Atkinson out to end that trend. Back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. Well, the odds compilers don't give Atkinson too much chance. 6-4 in a 2-horse race, 1-2 about Ben Robb, which I think on what we've seen yesterday and what we've seen so far today, what really impressed me with that Raymond Smith performance, Paul, was his opening match yesterday with a bit of nerves and, you know, everything all new, averaged 83.54 and a 4-1 win against Atkinson. Today he started with a 91.69 with finishes of 96, 1-2-4 on the ball and 170. That's putting down a bit of a marker.
Yeah, just a little bit. Maybe Adam Atkinson against Ben Robb today will be a little bit different.
It's Ben to throw first.
Well, Ben won this tie 4-2 yesterday with his worst performance of the day. And for me, it was just a little bit of fatigue. Maybe a bit of jet lag as well, of course.
77.
As Raymond Smith mentioned yesterday, he was going through sort of, well, you would know more about it. I've farthest away as I've been is America and Canada, really, and I sort of dealt with that all right, but the jet lag coming from Australia is meant to be a little bit different, isn't it?
It is a little bit different, and I'm not going to lie, the worst jet lag I've ever had was when I went to Japan. I actually spent
100.
my entire trip there sleeping in the afternoon and staying awake until about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was so strange, just couldn't shake it. And even when I moved to Australia in my early 20s, it took me 2 to 3 weeks to get used to the new time zone. It just feels completely alien. So we do have to sympathize with Ben and with Raymond and the people that are with
60.
them. It does take time. And the more you do it, the more you get used to it. But yesterday, obviously, he was fatigued going into his final game, but he still found enough in the way of excellence to beat Adam.
Yeah, I had a way of dealing with it going
83.
to Vegas, because I've been to Vegas 16, 17 times. So it's a morning flight out of, we used to fly out of Heathrow.
180.
Ben finds his first max. Only the second one or the third one of the morning, isn't it?
Second maximum, and we're into game 3.
And so I stay up pretty much most of the night, which
42. Ben, you require 84.
A couple of scoops in the airport, couple on the plane, crash out, sleep for 8 hours, and then wake up in the morning in Vegas, and you're pretty much on the right time zone with a hangover, unfortunately. But there you go.
You're starting to sound like Katy Perry. That's what you get for waking up in Vegas.
Do miss the
42.
Vegas trips.
Ben, you require 40.
However, its replacement at Madison Square Garden in New York looks a bit special.
Well, I'm going to be completely honest.
20.
I miss Auckland. I went there for the World Series and I'm sure Ben would agree with this, it was remarkable. It was genuinely spine-tingling the first time we went to New Zealand for a World Series event. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What was the ones they did this year?
Ben, you require 20.
Did Hamilton,
Yeah.
and they did
Game
Wollongong,
shot on
and
the first leg.
they
Ben
were up in
Robb.
Queensland as well.
Because it's going to Wollongong next year, isn't it? Where the other
It
one's
is.
not happening.
Home of
Second
Dart
leg, it's
Players
Adam to
Australia.
throw first. Game on.
Dart Players New Zealand has been very well followed over the last decade. They've had quite a few representatives go to the World Championship, but it's Ben's turn this year. And he doesn't have a great deal of time to wait either, because he's playing
81.
on Thursday night, opening the tournament. So this is ideal preparation for that. But what's even more ideal is to have winning
81.
preparation.
Yeah, I don't think there's any better preparation than playing an event like this, because if it goes on to win it Saturday, you get Sunday off, Monday off, and maybe tick over Monday afternoon, Monday night. Good session on Tuesday.
140.
Good one Wednesday, and a really steady day Thursday. Just getting everything, all those key parts of your game ready for that opening match.
60.
Thursday night, 7 o'clock, isn't it?
7 o'clock it will be. I've made a bit of an observation about the throw of Adam Atkinson over the last couple of days. And it's something that, if you've got a throw like Adam's, you might want to listen
61.
up. Because if you look at the way he addresses the board, it's a beautiful position, a very rehearsed position. But it's got something called a micro prod. Now, Ben doesn't have it because he brings the hand back and he goes forward. But look at this from Adam. So it's prod, prod, dink, dink. Oh, and see, there were 3 there.
And the problem is that is the elbow moves up and down a little bit.
A little bit of that. But what I've noticed when he's playing well is that he prods twice.
59.
So it's dink, dink, back through. There were 3 there. I think one of the things that he could work on to get consistency in his game is to make sure that the prods are exactly the same every single time and minimise them, 2 at the most.
Yeah, the problem with that kind of thing is that it then comes down to more about timing as well. Where when you've got that more fluid action, it's just one motion.
140.
Which, you know,
Then
historically
you require
tends to be
85.
the easier to replicate.
Do you think that maybe eliminating it completely would be an option?
75.
Or just with the pulls at the
Adam, you
backswing and
require
then
20.
go forward. He's very left as well for a right-handed thrower.
Game shot on the
Nothing
second
wrong with
leg.
that, though. A
Adam
16 darter.
Atkinson.
Remember, this is not a. It's not a critique. It's an observation. A lot of players come to us who may not have had this opportunity
Third leg,
to
it's
have
Ben
their
to throw first. Game on.
analysed and thrown in the bin. We're not doing that, of course.
That's a bit like me saying right now that Jim Furyk could
100.
never be a decent golfer. Let's face facts. He won the US Open. He won the FedEx Cup. He won a hell of a lot of money on the PGA Tour as well. You've got to do with what you've got the best that you can. And if
100.
there are micro improvements that can be found, great.
Yeah, and this opportunity where it is, you know, it can be watched back on YouTube on our YouTube channel.
123.
We get nothing but positive feedback because there's certain things players didn't realise that we're doing that we get to sit here, you know, all week and can analyse every tiny increment of a player's throw and mannerism and everything else, and it you know, it's an advantage.
When we look at Adam's stats from yesterday, the average wasn't that bad. It was just shy of 86.
97.
But his doubles were under 28%. Now, we have to mention that throughout the history of this tournament, that most people are around 34% plus. So you've got to be around about that or better to be worrying
26.
the tables. 27% will not get it done.
No. All the ones that have had success are 33 and over, which is, you know,
60.
you've got 3 darts in hand at a double, you're more often than not going to hit it. There was no pulls there.
He's got to go bull now.
97.
And
Ben,
that
you
just
require
annoys you when
121.
you can't even leave the 170. Ben's looking to take the 1-2-1, but the layup will do.
81.
Well, I like that, and people often wonder why they go the ball. Well, you're taking the ball out of the equation. You hit a 25, it gives you two darts at the treble 20, only needing one to leave a double for when you return.
And you might not even need the bullseye using the 25.
94. Ben, you
Again,
require
it's
40.
trying to leave the outer ring at the end instead of the button in the middle.
Yeah, you don't want to keep leaving yourself the smallest target on the board.
No score. Adam, you require 84.
This could hurt.
It would be somewhat ironic considering it was this double that cost Ben Robb the win against
Game
Raymond
shot
Smith
on the third
yesterday.
leg.
And Adam's
Adam
showing him
Atkinson.
exactly where it is.
Adam needed a break of
Fourth
throw
leg, it's
to
Adam to
win
throw
this tie.
first. Game on.
He's got it there in leg 3.
I suppose because you've never been to New Zealand, you've got no New Zealand stories.
None.
Oh, it's such a shame. You'd love there. It's a bit of you.
Yeah.
Nice food, beautiful scenery, great people.
I mean, I've been so tempted to
57.
go. It's just the flight. I'm just not sure I can do the flight.
You'll have to stop off at Singapore on the way.
100.
No, that sounds like my dad almost won a dart tournament back in the day. We used to have a tournament called the Wilkinson Sword, which was sponsored by the Razor Blades. And it was a massive tournament in Bristol. Bob Anderson used to play, and I think Bob Anderson won it. And apart from,
97.
I think it was £1,000. It was a family holiday to Singapore. My dad missed 2 darts at double 16, so I've always vowed that maybe one day, just in his memory, I'll go to Singapore.
140.
You're going to have to do that now. But
Yeah.
one of my favourite things I remember about my first day in New Zealand back in 2008, I went with my good friend Tony Crampton and a couple of other friends from New South Wales, Victoria,
140.
is that we were playing in the tournament the next day and we thought, why don't we go out and sample what a local club is like? Are they like Australia? Are they like
78.
UK? We'll figure them out. And I walked up to the bar and said, "Oh, can I have a beer, please?" Yep, there you go. Just gave me the bottle. I said, "Oh, can I have a glass, please?" "Oh no, you go to the fridge and pick your glass." All of the glasses were frosted, but you could pick your own glass, and there were about 15 different types.
40.
I thought, yeah, this is different, and I like it.
What was the beer like, more importantly?
Well, it was bottled, and it was pretty big
53.
brand. I should have gone a
Adam,
bit
you
more
require
local.
167.
That's a beautiful first start from Adam. Oh, we're not going to worry.
99.
Something close to what we've seen
Then you
today from
require 130.
Raymond Smith, who got the arguably easier 170. Ben's in a bit of trouble.
Yep.
58. Adam, you require 68.
This is for 3-1 in absolute control of the match and an ideal start to the day for Adam Atkinson. You could almost sense his disappointment that he wasn't particularly pleased with his
36.
performances across the day
Ben, you
yesterday.
require 72.
This game is fast becoming very similar to yesterday's, but that is a huge miss
40.
at the big
Adam, you
single to
require
leave himself the
32.
double that Adam is sitting on. That looks like a really good guide to me. Heavy collision. And that
16.
is exactly what we were getting
Then you
yesterday. He's
require
had 2 visits to
32.
take care of the leg, and not being able to do so is why his stats were under 30% yesterday.
Game shot
Why
on
he
the
found
fourth
himself
leg.
with
Ben
just
Robb.
the one win, and that is a real steal for Ben Robb. It's a 20-dart break back.
Fifth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
This is where
Game
he's got to
on.
really pile in the pain and remind Atkinson that he's just blown an opportunity for a 3-1 lead.
99.
Try and more so get the mental upper hand or the psychological upper hand.
You know many people from Hartlepool? It's a pretty famous place up in the northeast of England. I suppose the the favourite son of Hartlepool is Jeff Stelling.
66.
Yes, of course, yeah. I know Jeff very well.
Yeah, he was a darts presenter for quite a few years at the World
Yeah.
Championship, wasn't he?
Yeah, did a fair bit of work with Jeff back in the day. I just remember I can't remember where we were. It may have been at the Worlds up in Blackpool, but it was his. I'll have a
97.
look in a minute just to be sure, but it was his birthday, and we threw a massive birthday party for him. That was memorable. Sort of.
26.
I wonder if Jeff still
I was
watches the
told
darts.
I had a great time anyway.
Oh. It's a very vibrant scene up in the northeast right now. A lot of the amateur darts circuit action is overseen by someone from that neck of the woods.
58.
Someone called Scott Hunt, who is the brother of tour player Adam Hunt. Scott's done a great job over the last couple of years trying to boost the amateur scene in the UK, and looking to other parts of the world as well to try and boost that, and obviously the ladies' game now as well. Doing a super job.
I remember it so well that it was actually the UK Open we were at when it was his birthday.
58.
Is that when the UK Open was in
Then you
June?
require
Yeah,
170.
Oh yeah, could have been.
It used to be in June at the
134. Adam,
Yeah,
you
it was in the
require
summer, roasting hot.
148.
Well, this could be turning around if it's not for this. That was a chance. And Ben,
96.
who yesterday won
Ben, you
by 4
require
legs to 2,
36.
he was behind in that match, but he could be in front. He's not pleased about that shot. But he's pleased
Game
with the
shot on
result in the
fifth
end.
leg.
And he
Ben
does hit the
Robb.
front once again.
Yeah, it's been quite an erratic performance from both.
Sixth leg,
There's
it's
been
Adam
some
to throw first. Game on.
decent moments, but the finishing from Ben Robb has caused him all sorts of trouble. He's missed 10 darts to the double in the match in 5 legs.
I personally think that this is a really good
96.
fixture for Ben in his World Championship preparation, because Adam is probably the slowest player of the 6.
85.
And if Ben is struggling with the pace of this game, you better get used to it, because Mickey will draw it out next Thursday night, and you're going to have to make peace with standing at the back of the stage a little longer.
Well, if I was in Ben's
80.
corner, that's exactly what I'd be. I'd be saying, all matches are important, but just use this to get your mindset in order. And
100.
again, it's all about finding something else to do. And people are like, well, what else? Well, you can. The stage, it's the biggest stage in World Darts at the Ali Pali. The drinks tables are quite some distance away. Go over there, have a sip of water, take a long route round. 'Cause the last thing you want to do is be
121.
stood behind Mickey Mansell watching him pumping 180s.
134.
I used to have this little routine of blowing my fingers, rubbing them on my right thigh, just closing my eyes and imagining I was somewhere else. Not that I wanted to be anywhere else. It was just a case of giving my mind a rest from pressure, even if it was just for 3 seconds. And it was always the same place,
28.
San Francisco beach, just looking out the Pacific Ocean. And then when I opened my eyes again after those 3 seconds, I was back and I was fresh and I was focused.
34.
Was that something that was that a learn?
Yeah, it was an anchoring process that I went
Right.
through with a sports psychologist. Something that I still use to this day. Different place, because I wanted to refresh it.
Maldives now, somewhere. Maybe Antigua.
45. Ben, you require 148.
Macca's out there, isn't he? In Antigua.
He's a lucky boy.
Didn't take his old pal again.
60. Adam, you require
Now, Adam, are you
131.
looking at 17s here for 2 double tops? He is. His eyes deviate south. And I think he needs this because Robb is on a match shot.
Imagine telling Leighton and Alan and Eric and Jockey and Cliff
71.
and Bob all back in the day
Ben,
about
you require 88.
131's Trouble 17, boys.
Well, no match shot on 88. That is an error.
39. Adam, you require 60.
I'd like to come back to that point, actually. If Adam was to hit this. That shouldn't be a bad single. He can actually use the underside of the flight as a marker.
Game
Just
shot
like
on the
that.
6th leg. Adam Atkinson.
So maybe we
Just
can
like
talk about the 1-3-1. Yeah, a little bit of Tommy Cooper there. Just like that. So if you look back,
7th and final leg.
Proving
It's
your
Ben
point.
to throw first. Game on.
131 nowadays, the ubiquitous finish is 51 tops. Because you want to try and leave 2 doubles
100.
because of surface area. We only have to go back 13 years to when somebody won a world championship on a 1-3-1. And it was treble 20, treble 13, double 16. So it is a new way of thinking.
96.
And if we were to go back to Alan and Leighton and Eric, they would scoff at it.
Yeah, because the the target areas are so much bigger
140.
because of the introduction of these really fine. Well, they're not even wires anymore, are they? They're an actual. I think they call it a web, don't they?
Spider,
A
yeah.
spider that's now pressed into the board.
140.
It's pretty much the only spider I'm not afraid of.
Yeah. Well, of course, back then the doubles were so thin because the wires were so big that going the double route was,
140.
getting one in there was a challenge. Never mind two. I mean, you look back at all the old treble 20s. They hit them vertically now. They can stack them on top of the other. The skill, especially when you watch Loewy's 9.
133. Ben, you require
skill was
121.
Playing across the bed. Couldn't just throw the dart the same. You had to go side by side of the darts.
So it'll be fascinating if Adam gets the first bullseye on this
57.
combination as to
Adam, you require
where he could potentially get the next
132.
one. It is an if. Oh, well, the bullseye's covered. Doesn't matter. If he'd have got that 57, it would have been a really interesting third dart attempt.
49.
But Robb
Ben, you require
couldn't get a match
64.
dart from 88. He definitely should here. And it's at tops.
24.
It's too safe.
Real safe dart, that
Adam,
8,
you
wasn't
require 83.
it? He's second guessing himself.
He was almost guarding against the pull.
Paul rhymes with ball. Well, he wants double 9.
Well, double 9 is found.
And the match.
And Ben
Adam
Robb will
Atkinson.
remain on 8 points for his campaign. And Adam Atkinson will get within 4 of him with his second victory. And that will make him feel a heck of a lot better. It wasn't a vintage performance, but it was scrappy. And that will please him. But one thing that he will be pleased about is his doubling percentage at 50%. And if he can find more in the way of accuracy at the end of legs today like that and give himself enough chances, he could well have a better Tuesday than Monday. We will go to round number 2 when we come back with an all-Dutch clash, so don't go far.
Welcome back. So Adam Atkinson is the first player to reverse the result from yesterday. He avenges defeat against New Zealand's Ben Robb with a 4-3 victory. Robb missing the chance to win it in that last leg, missing a dart at Tups to do so, and Atkinson pipping him at the post. Decent checkout percentage from him, 50% for Robb. That's where it went wrong, just 21% on the doubles in that one. And that means that Raymond Smith has got a healthy gap now, a bit of a buffer at the top of the table. 4 points clear of both Robb and Jeroen Mioch, who have 8 points. Mioch in action next. Atkinson moves on to 4 with Danny van Tripe. Kieran Tian still at the foot of the table without recording a win yet. So next up, it is that all-Dutch duel that I mentioned between Jeroen Mioch and Danny van Tripe. Van Tripe lost his opening match of the morning to Raymond Smith. The only leg he won, that 116 checkout. And when the pair met yesterday, Mioch was the victor, winning 4-1 in the Dutch derby on Monday. He won his first match as well, came from 3-0 behind to defeat Kieran Tian, and could move outright into second place on 10 points if he wins this one after that surprise defeat for Robb in the previous match. So game 4 of today's 15. Here's the old Dutch affair between this pair, Danny van Tripe and Jeroen Mioch, and it is seconds out, round 2.
I hope there's no boxing about to happen, but there is a bit of a clash when it comes to the strips. Red and black today for these two from the Netherlands. And yesterday, the win came for Jeroen. But it's fair to say that it wasn't a brilliant affair.
Well, I say if they fight like they played yesterday, there won't be too many punches landing, would there?
Yeah, punches would be landing like spaghetti.
Yeah, I think they give each other just a little bit too much respect yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, sometimes when you're playing someone you know really well, you find it really tough to be ruthless. But you have to get used to that if you go into these kind of darts battles or
First
on
leg,
tour.
it's Danny to throw first.
Because
Game
you are
on.
going to play people you like. And every now and again, you're going to play someone you don't as well. And you can want to beat someone too much, but you can respect someone too much. I think
83.
yesterday was a little sign of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just as hard to play someone you dislike as it is you like.
60.
Was there anybody that you struggled to play against because you liked them so much?
85.
Yeah, there was a few. I never played well against Kevin Painter. Really struggled. My record against him was fairly horrendous.
140.
He was quite funny. He had his ways, didn't he? And I used to find myself smiling and grinning at him.
85.
But he didn't suffer the same. I played him in a World Champs one year when I was really struggling, and he absolutely blitzed me. There was no sympathy
140.
whatsoever from KP. But he had a fabulous mindset for playing.
Yeah, Kevin's about as
45.
sympathetic as a
required
guillotine.
161.
That's what I felt like.
So far, so good for Jeroen, who's looking to set up double 12.
137.
Does a very good job of it as well. After that somewhat fortuitous win in the first game of the day.
Well, he'd be buoyed by that, though, wouldn't he?
57.
He would have taken a lot of
required
positivity
24.
from that.
Yeah, he looks full of beans. Looks like he's got plenty of energy.
Game
And
shot
that was
on
a
the
very
first
aggressive
leg.
try. I've seen
Jeroen
people
Mioch.
bust that number because back on 146 for Van Tripe, some other players may have played the old mind game there saying, do you know what?
Second leg, it's
I'd
Jeroen
rather
to
leave
throw
double 12
first.
again
Game on.
and see if you've got the kahunas to take out 146.
Well, Graham Usher paid the ultimate price last week, didn't he? He wanted double 5 with his
42.
last start with Gary Stone on 147,
Yeah.
and he bust, and in steps Gary Stone and takes out the 147.
60.
Well, there's the perfect example of why you shouldn't do it, but people still continue to do it because the likelihood of a finish like that is probably
115.
4 times in every 100.
Yeah, but when you, I get it if you're, you know, if it's a race to
85.
6 and you're 5-1 up, and but not when you're playing darts over this course. It's just a high-risk strategy.
100.
It's a bit like going for a 150 checkout on 3 bulls, which Simon Whitlock did earlier this year, which for me was the shot of the season.
100.
Probably the shot of the decade.
And one thing that I was threatening to do,
100.
which didn't get a great deal of traction, was the idea of maybe by Saturday we could think of 4 or 5 categories for
121.
MODUS Super Series action. As
144.
to Player of the Year, Performance of the Year.
I think that's definitely something we can discuss on
44.
Saturday night. We'll start to make a few notes.
135.
Some standout performances.
Well, how does he hit this bullseye?
110.
That's why he couldn't, because the dart was
100.
firmly in its way, and Mioc could steal it away. That's double 10.
80.
Excellent
Danny
attempt.
required
Yeah,
25.
really good effort to hold, but this is a break back. Oh, he's missed the big 9. Double 4. 1 dart instead of 2 at double 8.
17. Jeroen, you required 20.
Sense that Van Tripe is not coming back,
Game shot
he
on the
is,
second leg.
but in leg
Jeroen
3.
Mioch.
Well, I've already got check out of the year.
Third leg, it's Danny to
Was it
throw
a
first.
120?
Game on.
No, the
132.
132. Although I'm just sort of rattling my mind and thinking some of the other magnificent
100.
shots I've seen. The 170s, I suppose we'd have to find one where it was all about the timing and. But there has been
60.
some unbelievable shots under pressure.
I think performance of 2022 would have to go to Graham Usher,
100.
where he had that 111 average, 4-ton plus checkouts, and a 9-darter in the same game.
Yeah, I think that. Although
134.
Conor Heenahan had a wonderful game, didn't he? I think the one where he averaged 117
85.
didn't include the 9, but the one after did. And
Yeah, he had a 2-game spell where he hit a 9-darter in one game, then the next one, it was 115.62.
180.
And you think that was a particularly hot spell. And that remains the venue record, of course, alongside Cam Crabtree.
80.
Yeah.
Jeroen, you
that
require
could well be performance of the
127.
year on debut.
And, before I forget, also Conan Whitehead, who has that 115.62 average.
95. Danny, you require
Yeah, we're going to have to.
136.
Yeah, performance of the year is going to be a toughie.
Well, Van Tripe
No
is starting
score.
to
Jeroen, you
lose his
require
cool a little bit. He's
32.
bust a 136. And Jeroen Mioch,
Game shot on the
with
third
little
leg.
sympathy, goes in
Jeroen
for the
Mioch.
kill, and it's 3-0.
And he got the double break of throw. That was a 13-darter. He's averaging 96. 20
Fourth
points
leg,
higher
it's
than his
Jeroen to throw
opponent.
first.
Not
Game
sure
on.
what was going through Jerome's mind there.
Do you think that Danny Van Tripe busting of 136 is one of the best busts of 2022? Because I can't remember many people
58.
busting a 136. For me, it's a show of annoyance at his own performance. But
123.
ultimately, it didn't affect what happened in the leg, so I'm not going to stew on it. But I'm sure there are some comical bust shots in 2022 as well.
Yeah, there have to have been. If you've got any that you like or
83.
found amusing over the course of 2022, get in touch with us at MSS Darts,
140.
Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
I just want to post these stats right now, which show you a
96.
massive canyon between the averages. In fact, that's the wrong one. It's that one. 17 between them in the averages. And this is fast becoming the best
26.
performance that we've seen from Mioch. But as soon as I say that, he goes into reverse.
39.
No damage done, and he's left himself on 160. This is more like it.
So much for frenzy, Mace. He beat Van Tripe 4-1 yesterday. He could better that today.
130. Danny, you require 160.
Funny enough, he might not even be talking to Jeroen in a second.
I don't think he'll be taking him out for dinner tonight. don't think they'll find too many chicken shawarma places in
132. Jeroen, you
Portsmouth.
require 51.
For the match then. Oh, well, it's all happening here. That leaves 13. Double 4.
Game, shot,
Very well
and
fixed.
The match,
And you can
Jeroen
see that
Mioch.
Van Trijp is not happy being bageled there. He's now 8-1 down to Mioc. But if we talk about the positives, how about the points total of Mioc now? It's 10. He's only 2 points behind Raymond Smith in the table. And he's been doing a very, very good job of improving his performance from game 1 to game 2 today. 92.49 is excellent. The checkouts again, very, very useful. When we come back, it's going to be another look at Adam Atkinson, and he's up against Ciaran Teehan, who's got a lot to figure out.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, bringing you live darting entertainment 6 days a week. And the entertainment is in full swing this week as well. And don't forget, if you don't just want to watch on your screen, you want to be here in the venue behind me, you can be. Tickets available for all of our finals nights. Perfect pre-Christmas party. Book them at dartshop.tv if you can get to Portsmouth on a Saturday night, and they're absolutely free. And it must have felt like a bit of a free roll for Jeroen Mioch in that previous match. A whitewash win against his fellow Dutchman, Danny van Tripe. Only had a couple of darts at double in that game. A 92.49 average, 4 out of 7 for Mioch, and he really is emerging as the dark horse in this group. And if you take a look at the table, you will see that he now finds himself in second place after winning his first couple of matches today. 2 behind Raymond Smith, though Smith and Robb behind him have a game in hand. But Mioc certainly in the mix. Kieran Tian at the bottom without any points is looking to get off the mark when he faces Atkinson in the next game. Tian did have the chance to win his first game today against Mioc, led this match 3-0 and then missed 5 match starts in the deciding leg, 3 of them here, before Mioc stepped forward and picked up his first points of the day. Maybe a little bit of a gift from Ciaran Teehan there, who was cruising at 1 point but hasn't crossed that winning line yet. And when he met Atkinson yesterday, well, he won, and he won in style. A brilliant 138 checkout to get the win. And he's in a bit of form now. He won his opening match today, taking the scalp of Robb. So Ciaran Tian looking to get off the mark finally here. Or Atkinson, who seems to be improving game by game, is looking to make it 3 wins from his last 4. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, an interesting improvement from Atkinson in the doubling in his first performance for Tuesday. But I suppose the question is, can he get there a little bit sooner? The scoring just hasn't been at its optimum for the poolie, but Kieran's got every right to scratch his noggin, because so far nothing is working for him. He got himself in such a dreamy position in that first game of the day, but just couldn't close it out. But we saw, Mace, just how edgy he was at that finish line. He just doesn't know that winning feeling this week so far.
Just no belief at the moment, and that can happen. And it works the opposite way, of course. You'll see players go on these runs. Well, you mentioned Graham Usher, where when he went 4 out of 4 on the big finishes, 10 plus finishes. When you start hitting them, you just tend to follow suit. They go 8 to 11. Kieran Tian here, even money. Atkinson,
57.
no doubt will have raised a few eyebrows, especially the way these two have been playing.
Just remember, everybody, over 18s only. begambleaware.org for more information. Please gamble responsibly. And
96.
I suppose we have to say at this juncture, because things may change over the middle portion of the day. If you've been having a punt on under 2.5 180s per match, you may be having a very good Christmas.
Yeah.
Because so far today, we've only had 3 180s in 4 games. So we're drastically under the average per match that we usually have.
43.
Yeah, we're either going to get an absolute busload later, or it's going to follow suit, but can't see too much change in it. There's just nobody that's particularly
60.
prolific in that department.
Even Raymond Smith, if you think about the amount of 180s that he got yesterday and how many he's got today, he's played 6 games and had 6 maximums. 1 per game.
51.
Now, when we're talking about elite talents in Super Series action, we're talking about close to 1 a leg with some people. Not
55.
1 a match.
And he has played 31 legs of darts. And a return of only
134.
6.
So maybe we could give you a little bit of insight there. If it all goes wrong from here, don't blame us.
No.
121.
We're just telling you what's happened previously. We don't know what's going to happen here from now. We actually hope that there's a lot more 180s.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Maybe the safest thing on that stage right now are the tonsils of Charlie Costerfield, because he's not bellowing maximum shouts.
60. Kieran, you require
Saving
108.
his voice for Saturday night, maybe. Or maybe Sunday's karaoke.
Well, 16.
Game shot on the first
He does call
leg.
game shot for Kieran Tian, and that'll
Tian.
make him feel very good. Nothing wrong with the finishing so far today from a lot of people.
Second
As
leg,
far
it's
as
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Kieran's lack of finishing in his first game, it was 3 hits from 11, which isn't disastrous. But if you consider how good his finishing was before he got to the match dart, it was excellent.
86.
We have had a 4 from 6 today from Raymond Smith, who had that
41.
series of finishes of 96, 124 and 170. That's the best of the day so far.
We've got the oceanic battle coming next between Ben and Raymond. But I think the bookmakers might have Raymond as a heavy
100.
favourite in that one, considering what they saw from Ben in his previous game.
Well,
Not quite out the traps yet.
Yeah, they go 4 to 6 Smith, 11 to 10 Robb.
44.
And what we've seen so far today and the back end of yesterday, I'd probably be making Smith somewhere around 4 to 9.
Well, Atkinson will be hoping
134.
to get the same sort of result as yesterday. 4 legs to 1. He dominated that game. You saw his 138 checkout from that game just before we
60.
started. It was an 87 flat average. It was very steady. And he had 50% on his doubles in that game. So more of that is exactly what he's looking for.
Yeah, that was his high finish for the day yesterday, the 138.
40.
Did have that 160 from Jeroen yesterday, but we've already had well, the best of the best, the 170.
100. Adam, you
Raymond
require
Smith.
141.
Everybody loves a 141, especially when it's after 6 darts. He'll have to settle for a 141 after 12. But considering where his Irish opponent is,
109.
that'll do.
That's perfect.
$60. Adam, you require 32.
He's been spending a lot of time leaving tops over the last day and a bit.
Game
But
shot
double
on the
16
second
isn't
leg.
too bad.
Adam Atkinson.
1-1.
Yeah, 2 holds.
Third leg, it's Kieran to throw
But
first.
Kieran had
Game
to take
on.
that 108 out to win the opening leg on throw. You're asking a lot of yourself if that's where you,
57.
the area you're finding yourself in at the end of each leg.
You don't see many dart players who are taller than the dartboard on the wall. I know that they will climb a little bit onto the raised ocky, but when
60.
Mr. Tian, as I'm about to call him, because he's a lot taller than I am,
Well,
look at where he stands. He's actually above the protection wheel around the board.
140.
That's amazing.
called Hightower for nothing.
That's a great nickname. See, that's a great nickname. I'm not sold on the Pooley.
60.
I think that...
Any nickname with the Y on the end, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, that one, Adam. I think you must understand that. If you're going to go places in this sport, which I think he's got potential of, he's very young in his career, I think the Pooley might have to change.
$140.
He's the kind of player I like to watch. He's almost got the same sort of drawback in his throw as Tony O'Shea. It comes towards the right cheek
85.
and then it twists away towards the right ear. Maybe not as pronounced, a bit more compact, but back and twist. And the same angle of entry.
It's very similar darts.
140.
You wouldn't mind a similar career.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And it was a certain Tony O'Shea that you beat in finals night here, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
55. Adam, you require 101.
Well, Adam's on a 101 and Kieran's already taken a 108. Well, it's not the worst start in the world. But it did scupper him a little bit. Just blocked the target.
37.
Just ever so slightly.
Kieran, you require 108.
What did we say about being left around this kind of number? And guess what? Here he is again, but this time can't take it out.
56. Adam, you require 64.
Break a throw for Atkinson. Double 8.
Game shot on the third
Very
lane.
clinical.
Adam Atkinson.
Starting to get his act together on the outer ring, isn't he? Starting to look a bit more
Fourth
confident
leg,
as
it's
well.
Adam
There's a
to
bit
throw
more bounce
first.
in that step.
Game on.
Yeah, there's a bit more belief, isn't there? He did walk into a bit of a storm yesterday.
There's a bit of a cold snap coming as well.
134.
Now, this place is immaculately kept. And it's a perfect place to prepare and to play darts. But
45.
we talked a bit about recovery yesterday as well. I think all of the different aspects of coming here on a morning or indeed an evening later in the week, you have to make sure that you're in prime position to play well.
Physically and mentally.
One of the things that most young dart players just don't take to venues in cold conditions like they will be over the next few months are gloves.
77.
I know.
Boggles my mind. You get people coming in here, rubbing their hands together. Have you got any gloves? No. Why not? You want your hands to be the same temperature. You want them to be warm.
Best 20 quid you spend. I remember years ago when we used to play at Trentham Gardens up in Stoke, and it's a big old glass building. It would start at 9:30 in the morning, and it was so cold. It was in the winter. We all had the hand warmers golfers would use.
Yeah, I used to take it one step further. I'd take golf mittens, and there used to be players who would say, "When you're playing, can I use those?" Yeah, off you go.
60.
No problem. Maybe I shouldn't.
They are amazing, and in some of these venues, they're, it's hard to get
96.
your body temperature
Adam,
up,
you require 160.
up to where it needs to be. And cold hands for a dart player is the worst thing possible because you've got absolutely no feel.
Correct. So you have been warned. If you're going to a cold venue for a darts tournament over the Christmas period, take your gloves.
Or be your nan's mittens. Doesn't really matter.
100. Kieran, you require 146.
It's usually a little bit colder up there where Ciaran is. You know what they say about altitude?
130.
That's gorgeous. But it might be too late.
Adam, you
I actually
require
did that
60.
in Tenerife once. It was absolutely. It was at July time. It was scorching, so hot. And we arranged this trip up Mount Tidy, and there I am in shorts and no top, and they're all looking at me as if to say, "Where are you going?" And I'm laughing at people putting coats on. Oh, it's freezing up there, and I'm what? Was bitter. Didn't stay up there too long.
No score.
Oh, and Tian's missed double eight with 3.
40.
Giving Atkinson a freebie here to hold his own throw. Can he take advantage of it? You can see Tian shaking his head in the background. It'll be very bitter if it's third dart.
20.
And it's not. He's very lucky.
Kieran, you require 60.
He's a 23-year-old from Ireland.
Yep, and it's a breakback opportunity he didn't think he'd be getting. Slide it down the side of there. Oh,
no
dear.
score.
Over adjusted.
Adam, you require 20.
That's when you know things aren't going your way. When you've got a dart in your hand on a visit like that and you can't even use it.
Well, his mind's just a
Game
mush
shot
at
on
the
the
moment.
fourth leg. Adam Atkinson.
Well, it's a 22 darter for Atkinson, but it's 3 on the spin and a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's
your
Kieran to
brain's
throw
all over the
first.
shop, isn't
Game
it?
on.
Your emotions are up and down. The elbow feels like it's made of lead.
96.
I don't care who you are. There's no glove in the world that's going to fix that.
No, not even Michael Jackson's.
Speaking of gloves, actually, I've got an interesting story. I once went to a poker tournament in Nottingham with Simon Whitlock, and we did a bit of playing and we
58.
played some pool with some greats of the poker world. One of the guys that was there was Michael Mizraki, one of the great
98.
pot limit Omaha players of this generation. And Mike Sexton was there, God rest his soul, one of the greats of poker commentary. And they set up a dartboard and said, we want you to try and score as much as you can with gloves on. Trust me, I couldn't have done that.
180.
I could barely hit the board.
60.
But the end of this match might be nigh. It could even be 6 darts away. Now that Atkinson has got the first maximum of this match. Oh, yet again, we are under 2.5 maximums per game.
You can't see where another 2 comes
49.
from in this match. Not right now. We've only had 3 140s. 4.5 legs.
93.
I think we only got 1 game yesterday where there were more than 3. And that was, funnily enough, the next fixture. Robb against Smith,
60.
the 2 strongest
Kieran,
horses
you
of yesterday.
require 154.
What a coincidence.
Is that two apiece in 180s?
I think it was 3-2.
Oh,
Robb got 3 and Smith got 2.
58. Adam, you require 154.
to wrap it up. 4-1.
It's a perfect phrase for this time of year, miss. To wrap it up. Looking to put a ribbon on it, but
82.
it's only Christmas Eve. It's not Christmas Day
Kieran,
yet.
you require
because
96.
Tian might make him wait.
Perfect first start. 9, other side of the board.
78.
Move the wire.
Adam, you require 72.
Maybe 16s again here. 48 leaves 24.
It's also for a second win of 4 legs to 1 in 2 days.
60.
Badly pulled. Maybe he was
Kieran, you
thinking about that.
require 18.
Just needs a double to fluff his confidence a little bit.
Game
And that was a
shot on the
much
fifth
quicker
leg.
third dart.
Kieran
He just
Tian.
removed the thinking from it and just flung it naturally, and it worked.
Yeah, he's just removed the pressure of the situation, hasn't he?
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
It's only a hold,
Game on.
so Atkinson does have the darts to wrap it up here again. A couple of match darts have come and gone already. Averaging around about
100.
81.
Yeah, Tian's not going to be happy with 72. That is well below his best.
58.
You consider the best that he's ever played with us. It's over 106.
Yeah.
That's
A long way off.
firmly more than a dart less than his best.
Yeah, he
58.
he can achieve that in 2 darts. The 71.
I remember a game actually with Jose de Souza
81.
when he averaged 127 on tour. I forget off the top of my head who he beat, but the chasm between the averages was the equivalent of a dart.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I think his opponent might have averaged 89. So something like
23.
high 30s between them, which obviously that it's inflated by the massive average of Jose, but I still haven't seen a performance like that for at least a couple of years.
39.
Yeah, that was staggering. Though he won up in Scotland, didn't he, on Friday?
Yeah, give me a
Jose.
bit of a hammering in the
Oh, sorry,
quarterfinals.
I forgot that.
That's
mate.
all right.
Sorry, pal.
I thoroughly deserved. Lovely man.
Some player. He's looking for a return to
83.
form, isn't he? He's had a quiet year for him. No better time to get it right, though.
Hasn't got the greatest record at Alexandra
41.
Palace, but maybe this year is the time to put it right. And Tian has played at the Palace a couple of times. He's not going there this year, but he'd love to go next year. But if he is to go there next year, he's going to have to play better than this.
95.
First up for both these players will be Q School in January.
45. Adam, you require
Rather them than
142.
me.
I get the feeling that the atmosphere will be a little louder than this. This does have its own charms playing Super Series darts because it's very silent. If you don't like silence, you
55.
won't like playing here. If you like a bit more white noise, do yourself a favour and qualify for Saturday.
137.
If you want to come on Saturday,
Adam, you require 87.
dartshop.tv. The tickets are absolutely free. There's no catch. Come and enjoy a very unique night of darts. Double five.
82.
Again, doesn't get the job done.
Kieran, you require 100.
I really hope that Tian's mindset is positive going into this 100 checkout. Just stay straight. Oh, and he went for the 2 double tops. I thought the 60 was calling then. How many times does that
Adam,
happen?
you require 5.
I'm sure he went 3-1 yesterday. And he's gone that way today. He wants double 1. Well, that's just one put out as a bit of a guide. Bit of a weight finder.
No score. Kieran, you require
I thought somebody
20.
had pressed pause there. Can Tian hit the double that Adam couldn't?
15.
No, he can't. The exasperation
Adam, you
is
require
palpable.
5.
You going to change tack? Nope. 3-1 again. I'm not sure about this, but there
Angle
we
of
go.
attack, maybe.
Yeah,
If he misses it north, of course, you can't miss this south. If he misses it north, at least it's still open.
No score. Kieran, you require 5.
It's starting to remind me of a very famous game that involved Bill Davis from the United States. And out loud he said, "Oh no, Bill."
1.
And it's, "Oh no, Ciaran."
Adam,
Can
you
it be,
require 5.
"Oh yes, Adam"? That's what Bill Davis used to say when he missed a shot. "Oh no, Bill." That's one of Mark Webster's favourites. But it's a change of tactic this time for Adam Atkinson.
Game,
And
shot,
this
and
time
match.
the tactic
Adam
works. It
Atkinson.
was a little bit of a struggle for both players, but it is Adam Atkinson who picks up his second win of the day with a 4-2 win over Ciaran Teehan. Well, when we come back, quite possibly the biggest match of the day so far. Raymond Smith takes on Robb.
Welcome back. It's that part of the day when I'm joined by Paul Nicholson for the assets analysis on what we've seen so far. Paul, we'll start with the match that we've just witnessed, see the stats from that one, because it's not looking good for Kieran Tian, is it? He was 3-0 up in his first match, looking promising, mismatched darts, fell from there, and then look at the level there from Tian.
You just get the feeling, Chris, that maybe what happened in game 1 today has had a catastrophic effect on his confidence. So he's going to have to start from scratch now. It's all about just getting things right for Thursday and Friday. And the likelihood is that is going to be Thursday and Friday morning. So wipe the slate clean, start from scratch, but maybe a 2 points that could be very advantageous for Adam, but even he is going to have to find an extra level now.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the Group A table. Tian is still stranded at the foot of it without a win. Danny van Tripe on 4. The dark horse, though, seems to have been Jeroen Mioch, who maybe that first game had the opposite impact on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely thinking that the glasses are full today, but I think his level of performance has been very consistent over the last couple of days already. But we still look at Ben, we still look at Raymond as the 2 form horses. Bit of a stumble for Ben in his first round, but he's got a chance to bounce back now.
Was the key result of the day so far, though, Adam Atkinson's victory against Ben Robb?
In a matter of speaking, yes. I think we have to look at what's possible when it comes to the chasing pack. Obviously, we have someone at the top who's looking very comfortable with the challenge. He's not going to be overawed by playing 15 games in a 3-day period. So it's a case of how close the chasing pack can get. If they're jostling for position and Raymond keeps winning, there's only one winner.
Yeah, and it probably makes it a more important fixture for Robb now when he takes on Raymond Smith in the next game. Smith won his first match against Danny van Tripe. We saw the 170 he had. He had a 124 as well and finished with a 96. Absolutely flawless in that department. I
think the word that is creeping through my brain and has been pretty much for the last 10 years since I first met Raymond is assured. It's a mental strength that he has. Better than most players as well. But if you think about what he does, what the other players aren't doing, is he's going up there, seeing a target and hitting it with a pure shot.
And that's showcased here, isn't it? Because Ben Robb missed 9 match darts against him yesterday and Smith was there to pick up the pieces.
Every darts match is different, apart from the fact that when you leave 25 for a match repeatedly, which is what he did yesterday. But if you look at the angle of entry of the darts, everything's going in with such great technique, great punctuation. But no matter what the situation he's got, he seems to have the answer.
Yeah, every indication that this could be match of the day. We'll let you get downstairs and commentate on it. Will it be repeat for Raymond or revenge for Robb? Let's find out with Chris Mason.
Thanks, Chris. And this is one that I certainly have been looking forward to after their clash yesterday. I think Nico summed it up very well. There's an assured authority about the way Raymond Smith approaches this sport. A lot more experience than his opponent, of course, having had that deep run in the World Championships. It has to be said, from that defeat against Raymond Smith yesterday,
first leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
Penultimate game of the session. He did win his next game, 4-2, in his final match of the session yesterday. Only averaged 79.95. Well, he returned here today. Should have been a bit fresher.
100.
Definitely better for the experience, but then lost to Atkinson, 4-3 with an 82.15. Almost feels like there's a bit of a
100.
hangover from that defeat, Nico, to Raymond Smith yesterday. It seems to have mentally just sort of planted a bit of a seed. There's a bug in the system.
140.
In the same sort of way that Tian from the first game seems to have lost his confidence like a house of cards since losing that 7th leg of the first match. So it's a really interesting dynamic with the way that this tournament format goes around. We call it the Super Series because it's a series of challenges.
60.
The mental state of players when they play normal tournament play, knockout format, is that you lose, you're disappointed, you get over it, and then you play another day. But here, if you lose, you have to pick yourself up the floor and just do it again. It's very, very different.
Yeah, it's a different... it's a different demand on you as a player and how you
91.
ultimately
Then
deal
you
with
require
disappointment.
81.
Unless you're Raymond Smith, of course, and you don't have any disappointment. 12 ball, chase the treble, open
Game
target,
shot on the first
finds it.
leg. Ben Robb.
Beautiful leg from Ben Robb. 12 dart Baker throw. Now you questioned on the back of yesterday and on the back of today whether the odds
Second
will
leg,
move.
it's Ben to throw
They
first.
did move
Game
in
on.
favour of Raymond Smith. He was 4-6 just about 10 minutes or so, and he's been backed into 8-13, so only a half a point move.
29.
6-5 about Ben Robb, but only starts after doing the hard graft of getting the breaker throw, and starts with just 29 and leaves the door ajar for this man.
60.
Now, I'd like to open a bit of a can of worms here now.
Uh-oh.
We've got the time to do it. And we've got the time for answers as well, because we know we've got a lot of people watching from
140.
Australia and New Zealand.
Yes, good evening, everybody over there.
Who, in your opinion, is the best Australian dart player of all time? And before we even get into the
140.
quagmire of that, who's the best Kiwi? Which I think is even harder than the Aussie one.
43.
Thanks for that, Nico. Now, let me see.
Now, if you want to get in touch with us at MSS Darts, I think that's a really, really good question. Best Aussie, best Kiwi
131.
of all time. It's a tough call.
I mean,
140.
I mean, in
Raymond
terms of
Smith,
longevity,
170.
you know, you've got to look at Whitlock, but for someone who I spent a lot of time with and his career was sadly cut short through illness.
94.
Not just one of the best
Then you
Australian
require
players I've ever seen.
149.
One of the best players I've ever seen, full stop, Tony David. Yeah, I mean, he was just an unbelievable, one of the best I've seen.
133.
Never mind,
Raymond
he could have been from the moon.
76.
He was unreal.
Going to be one dart at tops for Raymond. That was a somewhat aggressive looking single.
Game
And
shot
that's
on
a
the
very
second
assured
leg.
double again.
Raymond Smith.
I can actually remember Shane Burgess having a practice with Tony Davis, and I think
Third leg,
I
it's
think
Raymond to throw
Shane
first.
was
Game on.
also, he was either #1 in the BDO or he was #3 in the PDC, somewhere around then.
I think he mentions this in his book.
Yeah, and I remember speaking to him afterwards. We were up on a holiday camp somewhere.
91.
I think somewhere up in Norfolk. Could be miles away, but it was a holiday camp somewhere, and I seen him afterwards, and he just looked absolutely shell-shocked. I went, "You're right, pal." He said, "I've just been practicing with
96.
Tony David." I said, well, how'd you get on? And I was sort of laughing because obviously I'd known of Tony for quite a while. My then manager, Jimmy Granahan, was looking after Tony. And he just absolutely just, I can't tell you
100.
what he really said, but said he just blitzed me. It like just made me feel like I've never played before.
I remember seeing Tony play pairs
94.
with Steve Duke Sr. at the Victorian Open in Moe a few years ago, and every time you look up, Tony was hitting something of massive note, whether it was a massive out or a big score. It was
100.
maybe the most pointless doubles competition I've ever entered, because Steve Duke Sr. and Tony David were so much better than everybody else.
134.
Yeah, Tony had an incredible period. And like I said, sadly, his career was cut short through on us, but thankfully he's on the road to recovery.
So you going for Tony David as the best then?
95.
With Whitlock a close second.
Yeah, I mean, Whitlock up there because just of the longevity and some of the things he's done in the sport as well. I mean, major finals, he won the
125.
European
Raymond
Championship.
require 115.
and he's been there or thereabouts for so long. A wonderful, wonderful dart player. Who's yours?
Whitlock's mine, but only just because of the
59.
longevity thing.
Then you
The
require
World Cup
52.
win just tips it for me.
Yeah.
But I have a sneaky feeling that the way that
Game
a
shot on the
certain
third
Damon
leg.
Heta operates,
Ben
or
Robb.
maybe even Raymond Smith, if he has got a good 10 years in him, we might see something else for Aussie darts in the next decade. So let's
Fourth
turn
leg,
our
it's
attention
Ben
to New
throw
Zealand.
first. Game on.
Well, you know, I'm a huge fan of Damo. I think he could go on and eclipse maybe everything else we've seen by an Australian
93.
player.
Well, we've seen multiple Welsh players win the BDO crown, like Wayne Warren, Mark Webster,
Richie,
Leighton Rees, Richie Burnett, and then obviously
and a few go close.
60.
Yeah, Gerwyn Price has won the PDC one, but I firmly believe if he wins the second world title, then he will become the best Welsh player of all time.
96.
We need for someone to eclipse Tony David or Whitlock, someone to win the PDC World Championship. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, as much as the esteem I hold Richie Burnett, and he's still throwing unbelievable darts. What Gezi has
100.
done, no other Welsh player comes even close. And at the, it's being done at the highest level in the most incredible environment. This is an incredible performance so far from Robb. My goodness, he's averaging. Well, we've got to mention it, but we're at the end of leg 4.
Do we dare?
Yeah.
Before he has an attempt at a 1-3-2? Let's see if he can hit it. Well, he's done the right thing here. He's looking to straight ton it, or 92.
92.
Leave himself on tops.
Well, he's playing that well. His averages come down by a point after hitting 92.
Okay, I've succumbed to pressure. And he's got 2 180s as well.
100. Ben, you require 40.
Well, if he hits this in 1, this is for winning legs of 12, 14, and 15.
No score.
You can
Raymond, you
hear
require 116.
The rage. Poor old Charlie being a bit of a pickle.
Oh, what a lie for a 60 shot. Double 18.
98.
I'm almost surprised that he missed
Ben,
that
you
one. That was
require
such a great
40.
attempt.
Yeah, I was expecting that to be in.
Game
That's
shot on the
definitely
4th
in.
leg. Ben
That
Robb.
is back-to-back legs. It's a 16-dart hold. He's used just 42
5th leg,
darts
it's
in
Raymond to throw first.
his winning
Game
legs
on.
of the match so far. The response, leg 2, that's 76 checkout from Raymond. That was for a 15. He's averaging 95, 79, and probably feels like he's not even in this.
In a funny sort of way,
91.
when you have gone on an unbeaten streak of 6 matches, which Raymond's on, can a defeat have a good effect?
Yeah, I was just contemplating
46.
where you were going to go with that, and yeah, I believe it just removes that pressure, and then you feel like, right, I'll just start again. Especially if it's in a performance like this of what we've seen so far from Ben Robb.
You can't expect
60.
someone to win a ridiculous amount of matches in a row. That's why it's so rare. When Jim McEwen went 16 straight games without defeat, it was unusual.
93.
And he won 14 of the 15 games in Group A. That's only happened, off the top of my head, twice. So nobody has ever won all 15 games in Group A. And you shouldn't expect to win all
140.
15.
No.
I'm sure at some point it'll happen. But I wouldn't be surprised if it happened once in about a 3 or 4 year period. Now, Ben Robb's got 3 maximums in this game, and I'm almost dizzy.
Well, he did hit 3 against him yesterday, didn't he? You
did.
mentioned that before the off.
81.
And the way he's played since that match, I feared the worst for him, but this is some response.
He might get a 4th to leave double 1. Not that he would have done
100.
it. He's made a bit
Raymond,
more intelligent
require
stuff than I.
129.
60 ball. Only thing he can do from here.
It's not as if Raymond's played poorly.
51.
He's averaging mid-90s.
Ben, you require 82.
But this is fast becoming the best performance of the week so far. Double top.
42. Raymond, you
Lost the line,
require
but
78.
almost jagged it anyway.
54 for 24.
Game shot on the 5th
Clinical
leg.
again.
Raymond Smith.
You can't shake him off, can he?
No.
He had the lead against him yesterday, and the guru just keeps clawing
6th leg,
away.
it's Ben
It's
to
just
throw
not in his
first.
makeup, is it?
Game
He's got
on.
absolutely no quit. Where does Peter Hunt go in your list of
He's up there because
Kiwi
100.
players?
let's face it,
140.
in that era, Kiwi darts it was a bit of a gimmick. You know, you wouldn't have a great deal of players coming over to the UK and Europe to play in massive tournaments like
95.
Lakeside or a PDC World Championship. When some players came over, it was a case of, oh, you've got the Kiwi, you've got the easy draw. But
140.
to pay the ultimate compliment to Peter Hunt, it was never seen that way. It was never seen that way about Russell Stewart. It was never seen that way about Wayne Weaning or Tony David. Or when Kiwis started coming to the PDC Worlds, the strength started to get better and better and better with the likes of Rob Szabo and some others. Rob Szabo won a match. Preston Ridd won a match.
57.
And then when we started going to New Zealand for the World Series, the strength has got better and better again. But as to who the best is, I've got to go with Warren Parry.
Yeah.
134. Ben, you require 164.
I did like Peter Hunt, of course, because he was the first one to have the Andy Hamilton walk-on music.
92.
MC
Raymond
Hammer.
require 132.
You Can't Touch This, one of my personal favourites.
I can't imagine anybody else having it now.
No, I know.
I bet he's watching, you know, having a practice, Andy Hamilton. If you are, Andy, get in touch. Maybe you'll approve of this 132, which will be a sword to the throat of Ben Robb.
89.
Right, just for a second there,
Ben,
I thought he was going to go the other
72.
side of that dart. But 72 for a big, big win. Done in some style.
Like a mini hacker there.
56.
Just to exhale before that
Raymond
match shot, but he's now
require
missed
43.
2 darts in 2 legs. And Smith has got double 16 to take us the distance again.
Game shot
And that's
the
where we're
sixth
going.
leg. Raymond Smith.
That's the all-important break back, coming in 14 darts. You missed opportunities for
Seventh
Ben
final
Robb.
leg.
Will
It's Raymond
those,
to throw first.
will
Game
those
on.
memories from yesterday come back and haunt him?
It's never boring when these two play.
Oh, I could watch these play all afternoon.
$60.
If you weren't with us yesterday, we were talking about their respective draws for the World Championship next week. Ben Robb's got Mickey
60.
Mansell, and Raymond Smith has Karol Sedlacek. Evil Charlie he's up against. And I am really, really excited about that one. I think that's a great game of darts.
97.
Worst nickname going, though. He's one of the nicest guys you could meet.
He's about as evil as a bottle of water. One of the nicest people I've ever met.
134.
You've got to be ruthless in Ben's position here. We do not want to lose again from 3-1 up.
Could go treble 18. I think he's
60.
so unlucky. Such a well-thrown dart.
He's trying to do that floater over the top, but it's just too much in the way. Ben double
121.
dips to get himself closer to the finishing zone. But Raymond could be there before him if he finds a 2 treble visit. He's not going to get there.
60.
Robb's average has been maintained in 3 figures.
58.
But he would rather take the 2 points and have the average come below that.
Massive visit coming in here.
100. Ben, you
I think
require
in the end he'll be quite disappointed with that. 128 is not going to be found. So Smith, who has had a
80.
bullseye finish,
Raymond, you require
he's had multiple bullseye
124.
finishes, might need it to end this game.
1-2-4 in his opening match of the day. Can't replicate that. But not for the first
92.
time. And Robb
Ben, you
returns
require
for the win.
48.
I'll be fascinated to see his emotions if he hits this double top.
Game, shot,
It's there.
and the match.
He's the first
Ben
person to
Robb.
defeat the Guru this week. A great tussle. They go all 7 legs. for the second consecutive day. The stats are impressive. Just proving that these two are the two strongest players in this pool of players. Smith with another steady 93, good on his doubles, but ultimately it was the person with the superior average by exactly 5 points that takes the cake on Raymond Smith's birthday. So a ruthless Robb takes the 2 points. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it's England versus the Netherlands with Atkinson versus Van Tripe.
Welcome back. It was Robb's redemption before the break here at the MODUS Super Series, inflicting a first defeat of the group on Raymond Smith. And what a match it was as well. Smith as steady as he has been, but Ben Robb raised his level, averaging 98. He was up in the 110 mark at one point in that match. 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and he gets over the line, taking the first victory over Smith in this group. And it means that Raymond is not running away like he was just a few minutes ago. He's still top of the table, but only by 2 points from both Robb and Jeroen Mioch, who's been a bit of a dark horse in this group. Adam Atkinson's on a good run himself. He's now on 6 points. Danny Van Tripe on 4, and Kieran Tian yet to get off the mark. Well, Adam Atkinson is about to take on Danny Van Tripe, and we're going to have a look at Atkinson getting the better of Kieran Tian a little bit earlier on. Tian missing darts to force a last leg decider. He couldn't take out 5, but it was no trouble for this week's ADC qualifier, who has settled in now, it seems, though he was beaten by Danny Van Tripe when the pair met yesterday. 4-2 to the Dutchman, who maybe we're just waiting to burst into life here at the Super Series. We're about halfway through the action now today, and indeed in the group overall, so it's time for players who need to make a move to make that move, and Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason will guide you through every manoeuvre.
Well, we'll do our best, Murph, that's for sure. And Danny Van Tripe's had a little bit of time to soak up that 4-0 whitewash defeat to his good friend Jeroen Mioch. So a 2-game break to reset himself, and only a 1-game break for Adam after he took out Ciaran Teehan by 4-2. But the standard of the guys today that are on the Oki now will have to improve if they're to get a little bit further up the ladder, that's for sure. I'm sure they don't want me to say this, but I have to anyway. There is a remote possibility that this one could be of the same sort of mid-70s range, but what would you do in their position, Mace, to try and fix things? Maybe a little bit of sustenance, a little bit of hydration, maybe a bit of fresh air?
Yeah, I just sort of try and give myself a bit of a reset, really, and maybe just try something a bit different. I'd try maybe just picking up the tempo in the practice room and see how I felt. When I actually played, I sort of went through several different things of what was feeling more comfortable, why wasn't I being able to replicate what I was doing in the practice room on 36. There, and then in the end, it's just a trial and error thing. And sometimes if you do something different, the negative thoughts are washed away because you're thinking about something a bit like you say, when you think about something that changes your thought processes, it gives you just a bit of a break.
Even doing something as small as having a new set of stems in there, roughing the 55 points up maybe a little bit just to give them a different reaction in the board, new flights. Just don't expect things to change if you're doing exactly the same in your process.
A player from Australia that I knew quite well that
99
seemed to just sort of disappear in terms of darts. Peter Hinckley.
Oh yeah, going back a few years.
Yeah, he was sort of around during my time in the BDO World Championships. He could play a bit. He'll let you know as well.
I think you should go over there. You know, I think they'd love you.
Yeah, it's just something that it's sort of it's on the bucket list, pal. I would say I'd do a little bit of a tour, but I'd have to be over there for a year.
I think you'd have to go for at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
but to make a massive amount of difference to seeing different places a month.
Yeah,
it'll take at least a week to get over the jet lag. You don't want to do what John Part did once. Fly into Melbourne, do an exhibition the same night.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how he did it. But it was still a brilliant exhibition. Did it at the MDDA in Dandenong.
24. Adam, you require 32.
Some local dignitaries were there.
Well, one of the more unusual places where we went just prior to the whole
28.
COVID thing, we went to Bahrain, where of course the PDC are playing in early January, and I was absolutely blown away by it. It was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Incredible place.
89.
Yeah, we went to play darts to practice, and Terry Jenkins went looking at the antique markets.
Yeah, true story.
My exact response to Terry was, "How big's your suitcase,
Game
pal?"
shot on the first leg. Adam Atkinson.
Well, first leg to Adam, filling his boots and taking advantage of a very under par DVT.
Second leg, it's Stanley to throw first.
Another player that's not done what Ben Robb's done and just shaken off any kind of disappointments. He's not been able to
125.
Yeah, we get to go back to Bahrain, but yeah, maybe look at that in 2024. A little tour of Australia if you fancy it, Nico. You can be my
85.
You can be my. We could team it.
There's some places I'd love to take you. I think you'd like
59.
Going up towards the North New South Wales coast. It's beautiful up there. Got a lot of big darts fans up in the Newcastle area, funny enough.
140.
Adam's just starting to take control of this little by little.
Did you learn to surf, or is that not a...
Oh, no.
Right.
Me in the
44.
water.
Right.
I used to like running next to it and taking up the sun and the lovely fresh air, but getting in the water? No, not for me.
I'm not a fan of snakes and spiders, and they have quite a few of them over there, don't they?
Yeah, stay away from the bush. I was once at a farm in Swan Hill, which is where Justin Thompson's from. Good friend of mine. And there was a snake infestation that day. It was not a good day. Didn't sleep very well that night.
Oh, I bet.
It was like the stuff of nightmares.
I'd have to have one of these beds that's like
81.
bolted to a wall so I could make sure I could look right underneath it. A sealed room.
100.
And a bottle of grog.
There's a word that doesn't get used enough. Grog.
Double 17's the shot.
131.
shot.
Danny, you require
Anything but groggy, that
77.
one. How about this one? At the top. That wasn't a good single.
37.
He did that yesterday, didn't he? He had
32.
58 and he hit treble 18.
Yeah, that had an effect on the tops as well because you just sort of check yourself. Oh, now this is hard.
16.
Very difficult.
Danny, you require
With only
40.
a third of the bed to aim at. And Danny's on 10s. Going around the houses way
35.
too often.
Adam, you require 16.
You can almost see that the timing is gone with the throw.
Tends to be going for the northern doubles and they're coming up short, which means he's letting go of the dart too late.
Game shot on the second leg.
Atkinson with
Adam Atkinson.
the same amount of darts in legs 1 and 2 takes a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw
20 dart
first.
legs,
Game on.
which is a 20 dart leg is a 75 average.
How many gigs would you want to do in Australia? Just sticking it out there.
Oh,
You have to go for the big cities though.
100.
You can't
yeah,
go too central.
I'd probably do them. I'd probably just save them for the weekends. So do Friday, Saturday, and maybe a Sunday
85.
afternoon, and then commute then and do a bit of sightseeing. And
Well, you could do 3 per big city. So you could do 3 in the Melbourne area, 3 in the Sydney area, 3 in the Brisbane area, and then you could make your way to Perth maybe.
140.
And then if you want to do Adelaide in the middle, and then if you want to go proper Australia, you do one in Alice.
83.
Take it to Tennant Creek, where they have an open where the winner gets a golden nugget.
oh wow,
That's why Simon Whitlock's got a golden nugget around his neck. It's a trophy.
is that right?
Yeah, that is
See,
something
every
he has
day's a
won.
school day.
Incredible thing. He's won it more than once.
97.
Wow, a great idea.
Yeah, Russell Stewart told me a great story once about that tournament. He arrived at Alice Springs Airport.
95.
Guy
Adam,
picked
you
him up in a
require
ute, of course.
164.
6 cans of petrol in the back. And he says, "What there for?" And he said, "I'm not getting to Tennant Creek without that, mate. No petrol stations."
Oh wow, yeah, that'd be a road trip.
44.
Oh, Adam's on the road to 3-0.
96. Adam, you require
Time on
120.
his side. Danny doesn't look like he's got a 142 in the locker. Atkinson got a 120. There's the treble.
I like the top left of the single here. Yeah, that'll do. Gives him plenty of room to go back to the right and look at the open bed, just like that.
Game shot on the
And
third
beautifully
leg.
crafted.
Adam Atkinson.
I'm going to give him an AA for that because of his initials. I
Fourth
wonder if
leg,
he's
it's
got plenty
Danny
of
to
power
throw
in the
first.
batteries.
Game on. $60.
You can see that there's a degree of disappointment and emptiness with DVT right now because
Yeah, frustration.
nothing's going right for him. Funny enough, his win percentage coming into
81.
yesterday's play was very useful, around that 50% mark, which will worry a lot of players. But that is starting to go down a little bit now with every loss.
140.
Again, those stats are just a guide as to what could potentially happen.
Yeah, it's just a really good insight. They very rarely prove us wrong. And
41.
every now and again, of course, you're dealing with human error, and it is a game of fine margins, but over the big
95.
samples, they tend to be bang on the money.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but one of the greatest things about sport is human error. I mean, yesterday, Japan's penalties.
99.
They'll be thinking about those for the next 2 years.
Tell you what, though, about how good were Brazil the other night. My goodness. Frightening.
That Richarlison goal.
83.
Wow. Just the sharpness of the pass. No television on earth could have picked up that ball. It was so quick. And this victory for Adam Atkinson could be quick
99.
if we get more errors
Danny
from
required
Danny, but
123.
this is a better effort.
Treble 13. Double 12.
Sometimes in those spots,
98.
He's gone for the ball. He's not gone 19s for where you'd go traditionally to end on the ball.
what I was just about to say is completely irrelevant because I was sworn that he was going to leave a double. I was going to say
90.
missing the treble 13
Danny
might have
required
been
25.
a blessing. He shouldn't have gone for the bull. And he might pay the ultimate price,
Adam, you
losing
required
4-0
91.
again.
Well, he's gone for the treble 20 because he's not going out on the ball. He's hit the treble 20 and leaves 63. Oh, this is a good shot. That's not.
That's missed by quite some way.
Or he's miscounted and gone for an 11.
We'd have to ask him, but if he's gone for the 9, he's missed that by 2 inches.
75.
Maybe more.
Danny, you require 4. No score.
And he's getting everything
Adam, you require
given back
16.
to him. Atkinson, who was only averaging 81.7.
Game, shots, and the
Biffs
match.
in a bit of a
Adam
tiff.
Atkinson.
As Atkinson makes it 4-0, and the gloom is with Danny. The glory is with Adam as he picks up another big win, this time 4-0. When we come back, it is Jeroen Mioch against Raymond Smith.
Well, there was much talk about Adam Atkinson before his appearance here at the MODUS Super Series, the qualifier from the amateur darts circuit, where he's won plenty of titles this year, and it looks like he really has settled in and is starting to play. But Danny van Tripe, well, he is really struggling right now. A 4-0 success for the man from Hartlepool, 120 checkout in there as well. It's a second straight whitewash for van Tripe, having been beaten 4-0 in the Dutch derby against Jeroen Mioch earlier on as well. And Atkinson is starting to make a move up the league table. We will take a look at that league table now. And you can see Atkinson on 8 points, Mioc on 10. Maybe not the two-horse race that we thought it would be. Ben Robb beating Raymond Smith a couple of games ago, and he's just 2 points behind Smith now. Coming up next, though, Smith is looking to restore a more healthy lead at the top of the table, but he runs into a man in Jeroen Mioch who's won his last 4 matches, including this whitewash win against Danny van Tripe, who, as I just mentioned, has lost not just his last 2 matches, but his last 8 legs here at the Super Series. Raymond Smith, though, did win. Of course he did yesterday. He won all of his matches yesterday, and he took out a couple of 3-figure finishes when this pair went head-to-head on Monday as well. That 108, followed by this 104. And we saw him take out 124 and 170 in his opening match of the day. But he was beaten by Ben Robb in his last match. It was a very good game, so it's time to see how, for the first time, Raymond will respond to defeat, and whether or not Jeroen Mioch can carry on this winning run and turn 4 into 5. Let's find out with the ace and the asset.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, this is a fascinating little tie. This man averaged 100 against Raymond Smith yesterday and got absolutely gubbed 4-0. You wouldn't expect that to happen very often, but it is Smith who is favourite, 8-11. It's Jerome with the darts at even money. It will be fascinating to see the response from this man after picking up his first defeat in Group A last time out, although he did
First leg, it's Jeroen to
very
throw
well. It was an
first.
inspired
Game on.
performance from Ben Robb.
Yes, it was. And I've got no doubt in my mind that this is probably the right opponent right now for Raymond Smith to get
85.
back to the focus table and figure out how to get another win. Because yesterday, he was fantastic against Jeroen Mioch. His doubles were 80%.
100.
His average is close to 100. Bit more of that. You might have too much in the locker, even though Jeroen's got the darts.
Yeah, it's going to be a match of mentality
43.
as much as ability, and this man seems just so strong between the ears. Nothing seems to ruffle him.
95.
You don't mind me putting you on the spot every now and again, Mace? I did so with
Absolutely not.
the Australian and New Zealand greatest players of all time thing, which actually didn't go as
60.
long as I thought it would. But if you could combine your favourite technician as a dart player with the most mentally strong player you've ever seen, what would the combination be?
139.
Beauty. Oh, Nico. You should do this for a job.
78. Raymond, you require 167.
Well, that's 1/3 of a 501 to go. But he's got multiple visits to get it done, and that's not a bad recovery.
83.
Half the job done.
I'm going to write something down here. I'm going to do something slightly different. We'll do mind.
99. Raymond, you require 84.
Flair.
We love a bit of flair. How about a bull? He's
Game
having
shot on the
so
first
much more
leg.
joy on it
Raymond
today.
Smith.
Do you get the feeling, Miss, that he could have practiced this overnight?
Well, he's the kind of guy that would have
Second leg, it's
recognised
Raymond
it,
to
I
throw
presume, and
first.
thought, right,
Game on.
I'm gonna have to sort this out. I'm not happy with missing all these darts at the ball.
He's not leaving himself 25 a lot, is he? It's a simple equation. If he's on 25 a lot, he's missed a lot of bulls. He's barely been on 25
45
today because he's hit a lot of bulls. It's not rocket science. He's making himself look very, very clever with these bullseye outs.
98.
And this constant likelihood that he's going to average over 90. This is just worrying for all of his opponents. They're having to play it at their best to have any sort of
60.
chance against this guy. He's almost an immovable object.
I suppose we're building this ultimate player, so mind, technique, flair,
87.
counting. It's got to be in there, because although Taylor was without doubt the GOAT, he was probably the worst counter of them all.
I'm starting to get this mental picture of you and I like the two kids in Weird Science trying to put a woman together.
140.
Yeah, just trying to build the ultimate player.
I can imagine a little mock video being put together of me and you having faces on the kids.
140.
And then all of a sudden, from nowhere, through that red mist, comes our ideal dart player.
There's a TV program right there.
140.
Even when Jeroen Mioch is getting under 200 first, he's not getting to the finish first. Smith is just finding a way to give himself chances.
giving
59.
him no
Raymond
breathing
require
space.
116.
And I don't be shocked to see this go in.
Oh, this is great.
Game
That is
shot on the second
incredible.
leg.
And that was
Raymond
on purpose.
Smith.
Some people just prefer to leave double four instead of double top. That was
Third leg, it's Jerome
part
to
of the
throw
playbook.
first.
Well,
Game
Eric
on.
used to do a thing where he'd go for the big area of the treble 16, but sort of towards the treble 8, because he loved the 32.
77.
That was high quality and back to back.
Didn't somebody once, I don't know who it was, they had 40 left and they went 8 double 16.
Yes, correct.
131.
Nobody seems to do that anymore. But we're almost at the 2-year anniversary of one of the funniest moments in darts
58.
history. That quarter-final between Michael van Gerwen and Dave Chisnell where he hit the 141.
I put that on Facebook. That's incredible. I put that on Facebook this morning because it came up on my memories. And basically,
40.
Chizzy was on the 9. They went 180, 180, 180. Michael went 140 to leave 181. Chizzy messed up the 9.
119.
And from 181, Michael showed him how to take the 141 out and went 60, 57, 24.
It's genuinely one of the funniest moments in darts history.
And Dave didn't even, I don't think he even got it.
100.
Maybe it was a good thing he didn't
Yeah.
see it. Let's face it, anything that Michael tried that night wasn't going to work.
No. No, that's for sure.
97.
You
can go your whole career and not have a performance that good.
No, it was stunning. What was it, 108 the average or something? It was, yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, the 2-year anniversary of that match is coming up, which means that
Jeroen, you require 150.
the amount of money that they got at that tournament will be under defence.
Not a bad thing for MVG.
89.
And that was the
Raymond,
scene
you
of the
require
biggest rankings drop in
130.
history. 450,000 points. Raymond hasn't got that to worry about, but he might be leaving the bull again. Maybe even double 5. Oh, he's just Robin Hooded himself and it's fallen out.
114.
But again, we talk about the
Jeroen, you require
mental
61.
side of his game. Didn't get too flustered by it. Oh, too good. 3 for double 4.
Bullseye's like a magnet today.
Game shot.
That's
on the
a
third
beautiful
leg.
recovery.
Jeroen Mioch.
What we've seen from those two players, you put it so eloquently there, Mace, is that they had a dart that wasn't ideal.
Fourth leg, it's
and then
Raymond to
their
throw
next shot,
first.
they just put it
Game
right.
on.
Yeah.
Didn't get flustered, didn't get too bogged down by what situation they were in. It was still possible, so they went and did it.
60.
It's good switching here from Mioc.
134.
I'll have to say has impressed me the last couple of days. I didn't know a great deal about him, but one of the greatest things about this format of play is that we learn about them game on game, and I think there's potential with him. And I again, I have to say this like I did earlier. I think he likes this format.
Yeah, I agree. I think he likes the fact that he can play multiple games on the one day.
140.
So there's technically very little wrong. The counting and board management at times, but that's something that can be addressed, of course. That's just a learned thing. And
one thing we will learn about Jeroen is if he doesn't win this group, how will he react to that? And how would he perform
100.
in a very different group scenario, whether it is Group C or Group B, if he needs it, because Group C is 2 days, not 3. Same time slot, 5 games per day, but Group B is shorter, and it's a night format as well. It does have a strange effect on some people.
Yeah, and 60% of the field qualify because it's 5 players and 3 go through. Wow.
Jeroen
That's a
Mioch.
12-darter and a bull finish of his own, and look at the reaction.
The bull is a magnet.
You called it.
Sounds like
Fifth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Well, the averages have got to be worth a mention, Nico.
Yeah, they had a pretty decent game yesterday. I mentioned
100.
the 98.56 average of Raymond Smith yesterday, but we failed to mention that Jeroen Mioch, in not getting a leg, averaged over 100.
Yeah.
So he obviously likes playing Raymond.
Yeah, and Raymond's far from slow. He's quite deliberate, but that doesn't affect the quicker Jeroen.
Is it just me, or has he changed his colour flights today? Did he have red ones in yesterday?
We had blue ones in, but
Yeah, he did have blue in yesterday. Is he one of these cool cats who changes the colour of the flights because of the shirt he's got on?
60.
oh, so they match.
Yeah. I bet he's got red socks on as well. Maybe he's a Dutch Scott Williams.
The world of darts can only
60.
deal with one Scott Williams, mate. Wow.
He's had a great year.
He is a fabulous player. He's on my short list for flair players, that's for sure.
It's the only thing he hasn't worn this year is flares.
I think Saturday night we'll sit down later while we're watching the football.
95.
Pens and pads out, mate, and we'll build the ultimate player. Some people probably say, well, he's already been built, MVG or Phil Taylor, but
100.
there is players with may not have the same success, but technically are a little better, which does sound weird, but there you go. I'm sure in the golfing world there's people with best looking swing you've ever seen. But
oh, Louis Oosthuizen. What a golf swing. What a shot this would be.
I was going to say what a dart that would be if he could get anywhere near the treble, because that dart was an absolute blocker.
76.
This is a big shot in this match.
Huge.
77.
A big shot in the day of Raymond Smith as well. Double 10. Oh, no.
No score. Raymond
I don't want to see it.
46.
But it's Goldilocks. Wrong bed.
How big was that final dart in the treble 19? Again, dealing with the disappointment of missing the treble on the 1-2-2.
14. Jeroen requires 77.
He hasn't had many visits like that over the last couple of days. He's missed 2 darts at a double. But it's only 1.
37.
And it was only just 1. He almost hit the
Raymond
single 4.
required 32.
Smith is dodging one here. He could easily be 3-2 down.
Is his name on bot?
Game shown the
win
fifth
Group A.
leg. Raymond Smith.
It's a 20 dart breaker throw, and now he has the honour to win this one 4-2.
Sixth leg, it's Raymond to throw first.
Just goes to show that in this format of 3 days, 5 games per day, you're not going to dominate every match. Even when Jim McEwen got 28 points from 30, he had a couple of performances in there that were a bit scruffy.
100.
There's nothing scruffy about that. That is, I believe, Raymond's first 180 of the day.
It is.
58.
And only the 7th of his campaign in Group A.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? You can score all the 180s you like,
97.
but if you can slap that 140 column a lot and finish well, it's just as good.
139.
In fairness to Jeroen, it was very unlucky on that first pop at the 77 to find the top corner of double 15.
140.
Look at the response from the Guru here, leaving 84 after 9. Get yourself within 1.
81.
Then find
Raymond
your best leg.
84.
The ability to do that, to not fear victory, not fear brilliance. That's exactly what he's all about. He's not going to go 14 bull. He's not going to do what Danny van Tripe did on 1, 2, 3.
52.
He's going to approach with intelligence. And he's going to soak up the fact that he could be the
59.
first person
Raymond
to defeat Jeroen
32.
Mioch today.
Game,
And he is the
shot,
first man to
and
do
the
so with a
match,
brilliant
Raymond
13
Smith.
darter to finish the job. The stats were excellent. In fact, I believe with his performance against Jeroen aside from yesterday, that was his best performance of the week so far because the doubles were excellent. The high checker of 116 was there. He got himself a maximum, but overall, a really good performance, especially at the end when he needed it. When we come back, it's going to be New Zealand again against Ciaran Teehan, and he needs to find some sort of confidence from somewhere. We'll see that one after the break.
Welcome back. Well, it was good from the Guru, wasn't it, before the break there, as Raymond dusted himself down from his first defeat. And it was Super Smith once again inflicting the first defeat of the day on Jeroen Mioch, an average of 97.6. Really high numbers there from Raymond Smith. 4 out of 7, 116 checkout. It is all looking very, very good for him. And not so good for everybody trying to catch him. If we take a look at the league table, he's 4 points clear. Ben Robb, though, does have a game in hand and can claw it back to a couple of points once again. Mioc on 10. Adam Atkinson just clinging to the coattails, but it is looking unlikely that Danny van Trijp and certainly Kieran Tian will make a charge at this point. Tian in action next against Ben Robb. And we've seen them both in action over the course of the last couple of days. Mentioned that win for Robb against Raymond Smith just a few games ago, and that got him back in the picture after losing to Mioc earlier on today. And of course he did win the reverse fixture against Kieran Tian yesterday, who is still without a victory in this group. But we keep saying it, of course. He finished bottom of Group A on our very first week here at the Super Series, made it through to the finals night and went on and won the whole thing. So he knows that this is a marathon, not a sprint, but this match is a sprint to 4 legs. And Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are under starters' orders.
Thank you very much. And it is Ben Robb, who is the 2-5 favourite, 7-4 about Kieran Tian. So there's been a little bit of money for Ben Robb, and rightly so on the back of that wonderful performance last time out against Raymond Smith, who did respond brilliantly after the disappointment of losing his first match. Myself and Nico did question or examine where we thought Raymond Smith would go, and we both were of the agreement that probably do him a bit of good. And well, there's your evidence.
There you go. Mental toughness at its best, really. But right now, it's the mental toughness of Ciaran Teehan that we are questioning.
Yeah, he's in a
First
real
leg,
spot
it's
of
Ben
bother.
to throw
Lost
first.
this tie yesterday
Game
with
on.
a 88-72. He played okay. He was 2 out of 2 on the doubles, but just outplayed by Ben Robb and outscored. Ben Robb averaged 94.
But when you're in this spot, there's one thing
28.
dominating your mind right now. It's where are my first 2 points coming from?
Well, it's the embarrassment as well. You feel it's like when you're in one of those
55.
matches that neither of you can hit a double. It's you don't care if you win or lose. You just want the leg over, and that's very much how you feel when you're up there. It's a lonely old spot.
180.
And you just, like you say, you question of well, if, what, where, and when, and then just when you think, well, maybe somebody won't play that well against me, and I can
59.
almost nick one. And what does Ben Robb do? Second visit, piles in a max.
On top of that, we've seen
59.
a small change of equipment for Kieran Tian, maybe looking at a slightly different flight. The other ones that he was using, I believe, were molded
100.
and slightly smaller. These are foldable and maybe the tiniest bit heavier.
Yeah, and the slightly bigger flight, of course, gives you a bit more control. It's a little bit more forgiving.
140.
Or if they're with the smaller flight, if there's an error upon release, by the time it reaches the board, that error is exaggerated. The bigger flight,
97.
more
Ben
stability in the
required
air.
94.
Doesn't tend to, because it moves through the air slower because of the bigger flight, there tends to be less movement.
54.
Very sensible play there from Ben. Just pitching his way through to the outer ring. He did skirt with the idea of leaving double 3 there.
132.
glad that he didn't.
Ben, you require 40.
That's a perfect example of why board management is so important.
20.
Early
Kieran,
chance
you
for
require
Kieran Tian here.
58.
Starting matches hasn't been his problem. It's been finishing them.
Game shot on the first
And there you go,
leg.
another good
Kieran
start.
Tian.
Can he take advantage of it? That is a break.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
You might be tuning into MODUS Super Series action for the first time this week, thinking, I wonder how long this tournament's been going on.
72.
Well, we're coming to the end of our second year. Start of 2021, we were in our little studio in Southampton during the pandemic, and
100.
just glad that we had live darts to bring you. But
Well,
now
it was a long period of time. We were the only live sport being broadcast.
100.
and we couldn't even bring you Irish players because they couldn't fly into the country. We couldn't bring you Kiwi dart players because they couldn't get out of their country.
I think they could get out of their house, couldn't they?
36.
I think he dropped a dart there and just acknowledging and apologising for that.
And one thing I can say about this young man is that he hasn't got a nasty bone in his body.
99.
He's just a really respectful player. He is definitely cut from the same cloth as some of his close friends from that area of Ireland.
140.
That they don't believe in nastiness in playing darts. They don't believe in losing their temper. They just believe in playing straight and giving their best. But ultimately,
98.
the respect element is just as important.
Yeah, it's a lovely part of the world down there in Cork. Lovely part of Ireland. Spent plenty of time down there myself over the years.
85. Kieran, you require
Great accent too, isn't it?
132.
Oh, they sing, don't they? They absolutely sing.
What is it about this bullseye today, honestly?
There was a lot of room there. That was pretty... You couldn't have placed that in better, that first ball. 17's the
92.
shot to leave
Ben, you
tops.
require
It was disappointment, but a very
140.
different kind of disappointment there for Tian.
Rob's turn to have butterfingers.
118. Kieran, you
Must be one of
require
your favourite
40.
chocolate bars, that is it? A Butterfinger? Double 10.
Any type of chocolate. Any type of confectionery.
35.
Oh,
Ben, you require 22.
that's what we call Skittles. They're all
Yeah,
over the
there's
place.
nothing sweet about that.
I haven't seen a great deal of double 11 this week. Seen plenty
18.
of double 4, but
Kieran, you
all of a
require
sudden-
5.
Ben is missing doubles. He's missed 5 of them now. And it's 5 that Kieran needs. High tower.
No score.
It's
Ben,
the
you
low tower.
require 4.
Well, that sums up Group 8 for him so far. That visit.
No score.
We'll talk
Kieran, you
about those
require
quite
5.
unusual barrels in the next leg for Ben Robb because they're quite strange in structure. They're very back heavy. Tian's back for 2s. And he's found
the
it.
second leg.
So maybe things
Kieran
are turning.
Tian.
He's halfway. Yeah, but what do you think about these barrels that Ben's got? He's obviously gripping them towards the stem
Third leg,
joint.
it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
And they taper all the way back to that smooth piece. And they're almost very similar to a... they're
96.
actually a more grippy version of a Fallon Sherrick dart.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. That's exactly what they look like. But he throws them with a lot more energy.
100.
They stay thrown, don't they?
From a slightly different height.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, it could well be Ben Robb versus Fallon Sherrick
94.
this week, because Sherrick is in Group C this week. But Ben will be hoping that he's not playing against Fallon unless it's on Saturday night.
85.
Yes, the players coming in on Thursday and Friday morning will be Carl Wilkinson,
134.
Slevin, another Irishman, and Fallon Sherrick. Into Thursday night's Group B will be Chaz Barstow, Peter Jakes, and Prakash Jiwa.
100.
I'm going to be fascinated to see the mood that Prakash is in, because he's been knocking on the door of that World Championship spot for years.
99.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Fallon just get on with what she does best, and that's play darts.
You know, I think the best thing for her this week
128.
to put her glasses on,
Ben, you
get
require
on the stage,
78.
and get in that little competitive bubble and just do what she does. Double 12. Is Ben doing what he does?
54.
He is not.
Kieran, you require 88.
This will be a huge upset, and it's on the cards if the 88 goes, because he'll be 3-0 up and cruising.
Bullseye.
63.
Not found this time. And
Ben,
Ben's
you
had
require
a really
24.
checkered relationship with double 12 the last couple of days.
Well, he's had a checkered relationship on the doubles full stop, because that's his 11th attempt at a double, and he's not hit one yet.
18.
Make that 12.
Kieran, you require
Oh, actually, make that
25.
13.
Game
Tian
shot on the
is
third leg.
3-0 up.
Kieran
And at this
Tian.
point, I suppose we have to mention that there was a very,
Fourth leg,
well,
it's
I
Kieran
suppose,
to throw
likely
first.
price
Game
out there
on.
before this match began of Robb maybe winning to 0, considering what they've done the last couple of days.
Well, if you looked at the numbers
97.
going into it, it had 4-0 written all over it. But the 4-0 this way round was something like 25-1.
180.
And some people just don't accept the possibility of beating or being beaten by 4 legs to 0.
The thing
41.
is, for Kieran now, because he's yet to pick up a win, being 3-0 will come with pressure. Where before, if he was on a winning streak, he'd be thinking about
180.
Well, I know what we're thinking about.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Kieran Tian being 3-0 up in his first game today and losing 4-3, but maybe we can take a little
96.
sidebar for
Ben,
a
you
few
require
seconds.
141.
Come on, Ben. Come on, Ben. Oh, so close. And that big, wide Kiwi smile brings a smile to all of our hearts, but he would have brought
109.
smiles to everybody had he hit that 9-darter. Great attempt.
I think the best leg we've had is a 12, isn't it? He's on a potential 10 here. Don't recall anybody having an 11.
71. Ben, you require 32.
No, we haven't had an 11. We're not going to get one here.
24.
Not even getting a 12, but that's now 16 darts that a double is missed. But it is a bit of a message, isn't it? To Tian, as if to say,
Ben, you require
as soon as he went
8.
3-0 up, Robb started to find the trebles that he
Game
needed.
shot on the
He's found his
fourth
first leg of the contest
Ben
as well.
Robb.
It's the best leg of the match, a 13-dart break of throw. Hold here, and Tian
leg, it's
will
Ben
really
to throw
begin to
first.
feel the
Game
pressure.
on.
It's got a fascinating dynamic to this match now.
100.
I don't know whether it's the camera angle or the fact that these guys are so tall, but it almost
58.
looks like they're too close to the board. I used to play against a lot of local talent when I was growing up.
41.
They were, mid 6 foot tall and leaning over, and I used to think, that's not fair. I'm all the way down here. It's one of the greatest
97.
levelers. That hockey right there, because you've got to stand at 7'9" and a quarter. You can't stand any closer to it. You've all got 3 darts.
140.
You can all do the same thing. Some of the greatest players have been short in stature.
Yeah, Jockey, Bill.
I don't think Alan Evans was very
69.
tall.
No, he wasn't.
What about Makuru? She's tiny.
100.
Martin Schindler. You can hit a 180 or 2. My goodness.
He's a great player.
60.
If you're
Ben, you
looking for some
require
sort of inspiration, if you
120.
lose your tour card, look at Martin Schindler, because he got it back immediately, and he's a better player than ever. Double top.
Game
Things
shot
are
on the
changing
fifth
once
leg.
again.
Ben Robb.
Kieran is thinking, oh no, I know this feeling.
Been here before.
6th leg, it's Kieran to throw
Just
first.
28
Game on.
darts used to win the last couple of legs. And that's after he went, what was he, 16 without
60.
hitting a double or something like that? Yeah, it was 16.
We can't ignore the fact that the averages are very, very different. And
100.
they tell you a very interesting story, actually, because they weren't that different until leg 4. Since then, Tian has continued to do what he was doing. Robb has gone up a notch.
131.
Or 3. But you're still asking a lot from yourself.
45.
Come back from 3-0 down. Can't afford one poor leg, really.
81.
That's a poor dart. From 310, you're thinking, with your opponent on 356, get that ton, get yourself 140 odd in front. The last thing you need is a small
100.
one like that.
Well, and now he can't, of course, have 3 darts at the treble 20 unless he hits it. And how?
120.
That only happens when you're having a bad time of it.
Absolutely.
On the bright side, he has taken shots out akin to 109 today.
41. Kieran, you require
He started the day with a 108, didn't he?
Yep.
But can he finish a job?
77.
And it would be an upset.
Huge.
Now it's about how his brain is turning about the fact that he knows he's got 3 darts to
80.
win his first
Kieran,
match
you
of the week.
require 32.
It will be an interesting celebration if he hits it. It's difficult,
Game,
but
shots,
it's there.
and the match.
And he finally
Kieran
hits the back of the
Tian.
net. And he's greeted with a big smile from Ben Robb. Finally, Ciaran Teehan gets his first win of the week. But that does scupper Ben Robb a little bit in the table. And he's lost with an 85.23 average. And he will stay on 10 points in the table. 4 points adrift of Raymond Smith. When we come back, it will be Jeroen Mioch trying to get to 12 points up against Adam Atkinson, who hasn't lost today.
Welcome back. And look what happened just before the break, or maybe what almost happened. Ben Robb kicking off the 183-0 down at the time against Kieran Tian, refusing to be whitewashed and almost bouncing back in the most incredible style. Back-to-back maximums, and he found the 7th treble 20 as well. But just missed the treble 19. You see the reaction there from Robb. He fancied that, didn't he? He fancied the comeback as well. He did win that leg, and indeed the one that followed Ben Robb, but it was the first victory in the end for Kieran Tian, who, having led 3-0 earlier in the day and lost, managed to get over the line this time. 4-2 to the Irishman in the end. An average of 78.44, some 7 points lower than Ben Robb in that one, but the missed doubles cost the New Zealander there. 16 missed in total in that match. He did have a high checkout of 120 and that brilliant 9-dart attempt, but he's defeated for the second time today. And that makes things interesting in the group table, because it means that Raymond Smith has a 4-point buffer now to Robb, but it also means that Jeroen Mioch is level on points and Adam Atkinson is just 2 behind the pair of them. And the next match is the 2 players that I have just mentioned, Mioch taking on Atkinson. So this could be quite a relevant tie. Atkinson, unbeaten today, beat Danny van Tripe earlier with the aid of this 120 checkout. Manoeuvring his way around the oche to complete it. But Mioch went one better, literally, when the pair met yesterday. A 1-2-1. Bedded the ball to get it, and also a 1-4-7 in the reverse fixture when this pair met, ultimately winning the match by 4 legs to 1. But it's a different Adam Atkinson we've seen so far today, isn't it? And with Ben Robb beaten, it looking like a real battle for Group B, assuming Raymond Smith carries on the form that he's showing and takes top spot in this group. So this could be a really significant showdown, and Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson are on hand to talk you through it.
Yes, welcome back. And we've got 2 more rounds for you to go. 6 more games. And Jeroen Mioch, the 25-year-old from Culemborg. I hope I said that right, everybody who's tuning in from the Netherlands. But he will finish his campaign for the day first today, because he started in game 3 yesterday. This time he gets the early bath. But how many points will he have come that time? Because he could wind up with 14 before he leaves us for Tuesday. And if he does, he will be in with a shout of taking the top spot tomorrow.
Yeah, and I quite like him in this one, and so do the odds compilers. He's been made the 8-13 favourite. Adam 6-5.
First leg is Jeroen to throw first.
Yeah, Jerome's running is this match, and then in match number 13, and it doesn't get any easier. He'll be up against Ben Robb in that one.
What's fascinating to me
60.
is that when I looked at this match yesterday, early in the piece, or if we'd looked at this fixture before a dart had been thrown, I would have had Adam Atkinson as a heavy favourite based on what's been said about him, his form,
60.
winning tournaments, and looking at Jeroen's statistics and all that I could find for him. But it's funny how things can change in about 27 hours.
96.
Because now you have to have Mioch as the favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers just don't lie, and they don't continue to lie. It's not an impossible task, far from it for this man. Because we have seen at times he does have levels to his game, and there's an example. But over this is a long enough match that, I mean, it was
100.
a huge surprise in the last game, but of course we didn't expect Ben Robb to miss 16 darts at a double, and that's that human error element of what myself and Nico were discussing a little earlier.
Yeah, some darts fans out there might think we're robots, but we aren't.
91.
We've had 180 already in this match. We had 2 in the game yesterday, and they both came from Jeroen. Adam is not a massive 180 hitter based on what we've seen this week, but then again, nobody is.
170.
Oh, there's been a serious lack of maxes.
Bit of a maximum finish earlier.
Yeah,
we could talk about that one.
I was just looking at Fallon's
78.
stats. She
Jerome, you
comes
require
into the field on Thursday and
145.
Friday, and she's around a 180 per match played.
45. Adam, you
Now,
require
where would you
92.
go here? 60 or bullseye? He's going to go 60. It's almost like the 25 route has become unfashionable.
Yeah, I think the target areas are so big now that they fancy hitting the treble, and if they don't,
84.
they fancy the double-double.
Jerome, you require 100.
No double-double here for Mioch. And no double.
No treble-double.
48. Adam, you
That
require
sounds like a
8.
basketball match, isn't it? But they call it a triple-double.
do. I only know that from the Snoop Dogg song.
The double-double.
Oh, the treble-double.
6.
Now it's starting to sound like a Snoop song.
52.
Well, this is an unexpected opportunity, isn't it? Ooh, that was a bit shaky.
36.
And that third dart was 2.
Adam, you require 2.
First dart, the double was too close. Like the first dart was too close to the treble. He's had a bit of practice on this.
No score.
And when you
Jeroen,
say
you
that about
require
someone, it's never a
16.
good thing. Nobody leaves double one on purpose.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's a very,
Jeroen
very
Mioch.
unusual first leg, which is taken by the Dutchman, who doesn't seem to get flapped by anything.
Second
He
leg,
just
it's Adam to throw
presses
first.
on and does his
Game
thing.
on.
I actually like what I'm watching.
Yeah, just a little shake of the head as if to sort of acknowledging that it was a rough leg, and then he just cracks on. I say it, I think fundamentally he looks very good. I like the throw. I'm a big fan.
You have those little idiosyncrasies like that bow towards the board before he starts. But as long as it's the same before every visit, it's a good thing.
Absolutely.
And over
Just
the course
sets
of
himself.
over the course of a career, he might find himself getting a bit of a sore right hip, but there are stretches you can do for that 3 or 4 times a day just to make
100.
sure that you're stretching that muscle out. In a funny sort of way, before he resets it and stands further up, like, it's got a bit of a Michael van Gerwen
99.
about it.
Yeah, the lean in. He's not had a bad year, has he?
Yeah, it's all right.
Mind being a pound or so behind him.
Wouldn't mind his tax bill.
Yeah, wouldn't mind earning his tax bill. That's a great
83.
shout, Nico. I like it.
You know he's not happy, though. You know for a fact that he wants that big one at the end.
95.
Oh, the whole year has been focused around that.
Well, right now, Michael
Although he
is...
was asked the question, would he swap all what he's won this year for just the one Worlds? And he was fairly adamant, no.
That's interesting.
138.
Because if he was to win at Alexandra Palace on January 3rd, he'd be the only man to be on 4 world titles.
135. Adam, you require 40.
Nobody in history is on 4 currently. Only Lisa Ashton. Is it 1-1?
30.
No, it could
Jeroen,
be
you
2-0.
require 49.
A doubling disaster.
Game shot on the second leg.
Jeroen, not
Jeroen
so.
Mioch.
That's a 14 dart break of throw. And Atkinson, you can see a little shake of the head.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first.
He's none
Game
from
on.
9 on the doubles. He's averaging slightly more than his opponent, but finds himself 2 zip down.
180.
He's definitely knitting things together, isn't he? It's almost like he's wearing Chris Murphy's cardigan with his legs crossed, got his knitting going in front of the fire.
Bit of a pipe.
40.
That does look very comfy, that cardi, doesn't it?
Bit of Val Doonigan about it, isn't there?
140.
Nothing wrong with a bit of Val Doonigan this time of year.
Good point, well made.
Are you going to be wearing a Christmas jumper on December 8th? Christmas jumper day?
137.
No, because I forgot to bring one.
It's on Thursday, so...
Well, we traditionally do it at the Worlds, don't we?
134.
And we will.
Exactly.
Well, Jeroen is starting to find a lot of festivities in the treble 20 department, isn't he? Because his average has gone up towards 95 now.
66. Jeroen, you
Talking of
require
festivities,
47.
you cooking the Christmas dinner this year?
Apparently.
Nice.
Game shot on the
That's a
third
beauty.
leg.
That's the
Jeroen Mioch.
best leg we've seen. An 11 darter from Jeroen Mioch. And his average is
Fourth leg, it's
solid.
Adam to throw first.
He's
Game on.
Actually, 16 darts per leg on average in this match. 48 darts used. And when you consider he started with a 23 dart leg, the last 2 legs have been won in 25 darts.
78.
Yeah, that paints a very, very different picture, doesn't it? But right now, he's just finding so much joy around the lipstick.
180.
That looked easy, didn't it? That looked to 180 all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday after that first start.
This one probably should be as well.
125.
Maybe it's a case of Adam is not going to stop Jeroen in this kind of form. It's just a matter of time before
58.
he punches his way to 12 points on the table.
And he started off the day on 6 points, so this has been an impressive performance. This is to make it
57.
4 out of 4 today.
Now, this is where you've got to be a little bit crafty on this number. Got to utilise your board management skills to get to a finish. Especially now. Don't stay on 20s. There is a sign of mathematical weakness.
Or inexperience.
Yeah, you switch to the 19s there, then you find out what you have to do next.
If you don't hit the treble, you can go back up for the treble 18 to leave 170.
Yeah, one treble 19 and a single 19 is 167.
Yep.
Just so happens that it hasn't hurt him. But he is starting to find that small 20 with a bit more regularity. But this time he does switch very well and at the right time.
Yeah, and with success. Will Adam force him in to go in for the 126?
57. Jeroen, you require 126.
Let me reinforce to you that Adam Atkinson has not lost today. Oh!
No score.
Wow, that one came out of the cannon without
160.
the gunpowder that it needed.
Yeah, that was badly snatched. A little bit excited, and it was most definitely a quick one, wasn't it? First 2 darts were perfection. I was going to say, will he take the ball on? Well, he took that out of the equation.
60. Jeroen, you require 126.
Same route, hopefully different result for your own. Bullseye this time.
81.
That's 2 match darts now.
Adam, you require 100.
You get 2 darts at a double here. Well, it's got to be tops.
60.
I don't know why, but I just didn't feel like that was going to go. I don't know how I feel about this one. How does he feel?
13.
Not brilliant.
Adam, you require
James
40.
Brown felt better.
He's had mixed fortunes on this double over the last couple of days.
Game shot.
Double 10 comes to his rescue, and he's not going to be beaten just yet. He scratched his way to 6 points for the day, and a daily leg difference of +7, which is very good indeed. But if he's going to get out of this with a win, he's going to have to do what Jeroen did to Kieran Tian in match 1, which is win from 3-0 down. And he's already missed. Sorry, he's already dodged 4 match darts.
Yeah. Trouble started there, didn't it, from that bust on the 126.
66.
An interesting double 6 because either side of it is a bust option. The only decent
100.
miss really is hitting a single 10.
Well, if you think about it, those two side doubles are hit with frightening regularity when you look at the percentages, because a dart player will very rarely waver left
99.
or right. It's up or down. You sort of get the line and you just follow that line, and that's exactly what he did there. But of course, the release was
58.
way too early.
Maybe timed it a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe he just threw it a bit
Well,
quick.
it was quick, wasn't it? He sort of flashed at it, didn't he?
Oh, there you have it. The 4th maximum of this match. 2 each now.
Well, that was flashy. So's this.
140. Adam, you require
Plenty of room in that 60 with
156.
those long points of his. Just threw that one a bit quick as well. I think that's a good switch there because
Jeroen, you require
that 60 bet, you
143.
can see maybe 20% of it. This is for the match. What a way to do it from Jeroen Mioch.
Jeroen
He missed
Mioch.
4 match starts in the previous leg, but he's the first person to defeat Double A today. A beautiful 1-4-3, one of the most tricky checkouts on the dartboard, and he takes it to go to 12 points in the table and to take his daily total 2-6 alongside Adam Atkinson. It's a good performance, and he bossed that purely because he scored better and he took advantage of Atkinson's misses at a double, there being 11 of them. When we come back, we will have 1/3 of our action to go. Danny van Tripe has had a nice break. He will be up against Ben Robb after this.
Hello again, it's time for a natter with Nico. Paul, thanks for joining me. Let's start with that last match. Just give us your reflections on what was a brilliant performance at times from Jeroen Mioch in that one. I
think we learned quite a lot from him, actually. He came out of the blocks, he played really well, and he got himself a lot of really good scores. You can see in his 180 and 140 column, it's good there. But ultimately, the only fault that he had in that game was finishing it off in the 4th leg. And I worried for him at that point. I thought maybe he was thinking that things were going to turn around from the first game of the day where he won from 3-0 down. But to be able to hit a 1-4-3, a very, very tricky out to get that win, just shows what he's made of.
Yeah, 11 data in there as well, the best leg we've seen so far, although Ben Robb threatened to do better earlier on. But if we look at the league table, we will see that it's actually Mioch who now occupies that 2nd spot.
If you'd have said to me halfway through Tuesday that Jeroen Mioch would be there, I would have been surprised. I am surprised, but based on what we've seen over the last couple of days, I think he definitely deserves to be there. Ben stumbled a little bit, but he's got time to get himself back up there. But Raymond Smith very much in the chairman's chair, as he has been from the start.
Yeah, it is a battle now between two players that are alley-pally bound, actually, in Ben Robb and Danny van Tripe. Robb, as you said, he has stuttered a little bit today. He only lost, didn't he, to Raymond Smith yesterday. He's only beat Raymond Smith today.
Darts is a weird game sometimes. It just gives you so many opportunities when you're playing 3 straight days against 5 different opponents. It's never going to be black and white. It's always going to be full of grey areas. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to have ups and downs. It's how you manage them, and that's how you get through.
Yeah, and it's downs for Danny van Tripe at the moment. You could see he was just looking very deflated after missing those darts there. A 4-0 defeat. He's lost his last lost all 3 matches today. He's lost his last 11 legs. How does he lift himself, not only to pick himself up from today, but you can see there he lost to Ben Robb and he was still all smiles, still in a better mood yesterday.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange dynamic to feel. We talked with Mace in the box about when you're in a tournament and you get defeated, you leave, you go, you sleep, and then you start again. Right here, you might have as little as 20 minutes before you play again. It's incessant. So you have to dig deep. You've got to get some mental resilience from somewhere. And quite frankly, if you're feeling that flat, have a chat with Raymond Smith, because he knows everything. He is the guru.
Yeah, one last quick question, because I know the players are ready to get the match underway. But can Danny van Tripe take heart from what he's seen happen against Ben Robb today? Should that come into his mind at all?
Yeah, maybe. I think he's more internalised, though. I think he's more focused on what he's doing, what's going wrong, how he can fix it. He's not worried about his opponent, and that's the right mindset. Fix what you're doing. Don't worry about the other person.
Ben Robb is going to open the show, by the way, at the Alexandra Palace next week. Can he put on a show here, or can Van Tripe turn things around? Let's find out with this man and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much, Paul. You'll be hot-footing it down from the balcony. The big problem for Danny van Tripe here is that the best performance in terms of numbers yesterday by Ben Robb came against Danny van Tripe, where he averaged 100.35 in a dominating 4-2 win. It has to be said, the version of Danny we're getting today, not as good as the one that we saw yesterday. But
first leg, it's Danny
Ben
to throw
has
first.
been a little
Game
erratic in terms of performances so far today. He is well, the bookies seem to have mixed feelings on this one. They go 10-11, Danny.
78.
Ben at 4-5, and that maybe is a reflection in those erratic performances by Ben today. He lost his opening game 4-3
60.
to Adam Atkinson with an 82.15, missed 11 darts at a double. Then defeated Raymond Smith with a 98.14, 3 180s and 40% of his doubles, 4 out of 10. And then lost to Kieran Tian 4-2 with an 85.23, missing 16 at a double. So the issue is definitely down to the doubling. Now, Danny van Tripe, he lost 4-1 to a very impressive Raymond Smith. Raymond averaging 91.69, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and those 3 brilliant finishes of 96.124, and the biggest of them all 170. Danny, in that one leg that he won, took out 116. He then lost 4-0 to Jerome with an 80 average. Only had 2 darts at a double in the whole match. And then went down 4-0 to Adam Atkinson with a 74.14. Had 8 darts at a double.
100. Danny required 164.
So how they've come up with 10-11, 4-5? Well, I'll ask my pal Nico.
I don't really know.
Answers on a postcard.
Honestly, I sounded like somebody. I sounded like someone from Heidi High there. I don't really know. Or was that Mavis from Coronation Street?
Oh dear.
That was a lot of information for a one-word answer, wasn't it?
Yeah. Danny required 32.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's got a double. He's broken the streak. That's got to make him feel better. DVT has got himself 1-0 up, and that will make him feel so much better.
Yeah, because he was on a terrible run.
Is it 11 legs he's lost?
11 legs without reply.
180.
Yeah, it was one of those crazy games yesterday where he didn't miss a double.
30.
And he still lost.
Yeah.
we had a little bit of that yesterday, and here's how it gets even weirder. He still hasn't missed a double against Ben Robb.
140.
No, that's right. Yeah, good call. Yeah, he was 2 out of 2, but he only had 2 opportunities at doubles.
55.
That's how good Ben Robb was, and I thought we were into another 9.
Sounds like a mountain, doesn't it, Ben Robb?
140.
That's how we got our mountains here in the UK. Ben Nevis.
85.
pretty tall.
Ben, you require
Yeah.
41.
Take a while to claim him. Double 16.
Well, Danny might have a mountain to
Game
climb
shot on the second
in this
leg.
one, because
Ben
that's a
Robb.
beautiful reply, a 12-dart hold.
Oh, how things can change in about 50 seconds.
If that. Just looking
Third
at our
leg, it's Danny
timer,
to
and
throw first.
yeah, it wasn't far off
Game
50
on.
seconds, that leg.
It really wasn't. So strange how Danny's thinking, okay, I finally got a leg. Oh, next thing you know, it's 1-1 in 12 darts. Just like that. That's what happens when you've got 2 players who are playing
135.
quickly.
$140.
You had any more insight into building your favourite player? Because I think we're going to have a little conflab later about that, aren't we?
41.
Well, I've got a plan for it. While we watch a bit of, I'm off to the gym as soon as we're off air, and then
I'm going to yoga it up.
yeah, you're yogaing.
91.
The life of a darts commentator, who would have thought? Don't get me wrong, folks. I would rather go out for a nice, me and Paul for a nice Italian this
96.
afternoon, but can't be done. And then we'll have a sit down this evening, and what we'll do one statistically, because we have access to an array
60.
of databases that. So we'll do one that's actually based on fact, and then we'll have a look at one that we sort of come
59.
up with our own, whether it be the flair and confidence and the mindset of Bristow to the technicalities of some of the
98.
finest
Danny, you require
throwers out there.
170.
Yeah, we can
past
talk about
and present.
the tangibles and the intangibles. I think that's a really good way of doing it.
61. Ben, you
And
require
by the end of the week, we will
112.
come up with the ultimate dart player.
And we're going to have to get some magazine cuttings out to see what they look like as well.
Game shot on the third leg.
What this looks like
Ben Robb.
is a 2-1 lead for Ben Robb, and that's a break of throw. He's definitely figured this out. Whatever was going wrong earlier seems
Fourth
to
leg,
be
it's Ben
clicking
to
all of a
throw
sudden.
first.
Well,
Game on.
He's just been erratic, hasn't he? Brilliant, ordinary, brilliant. Well, ordinary, brilliant. Ordinary, brilliant.
60.
He's brilliant so far in this one, averaging 105 after 3 legs. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We need someone good with graphics to then
60.
create this ultimate player.
I'm sure there's somebody out there who wouldn't mind putting that together.
100.
What do you make of the equipment that the big rig uses? He's an advocate for these bits of
100.
Condor, which are the one-piece flight and stem combinations, which have become very fashionable again this year.
I remember back in the day when you used to get like the real
97.
cheapest set of darts. They'd come, or if you went to a fairground, they had these one, and you sort of scorned on them, didn't you? You looked down your nose at them as if they were,
60.
well, this is plastic rubbish. But now, with the evolution of materials and the balance and just the general, the problem is with the normal flights I use, you've got to
58.
unfold them and then get them square. These things, of course, are kept in special cases, so they're kept perfectly square. And
60.
you know, the balance of them and everything else. I quite like them, but yeah, I ended up going all the way back to
60.
where it started. Just a medium nylon stem.
And most of them were yellow.
Yeah.
There must have been a plethora of
42.
Yellow
Ben,
plastic.
you require 126.
But joking aside, of course, all of these now can be recycled.
52.
In fact, when you went to a factory recently, you've seen that whole process of how the materials that are taken off is recycled back into the machine to make more. It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
59.
Not just to
Ben, you
make flights,
require
but stems as well.
74.
And the sustainability of some of the products is incredible. And one of the machines that is used to make standard foldable flights Costs
Game
just
shot
over
the
£1 million.
fourth leg. Ben Robb.
But Ben Robb, with another fabulous finish, has got himself to 3-1 up.
Fifth
And
leg,
that
it's Danny to throw
reprieve
first.
that
Game
Danny van
on.
Tripe had by taking the first leg has not lasted long.
$60.
If you ever get the opportunity to watch darts equipment being made, it's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory stuff. It's just fascinating.
Yeah, I've been to the. I went to the. Oh no, they've got. I think they've got a new place now, Wilmot, haven't they? And a new manufacturing place.
180.
I went there a few years ago to meet with Lee to get a dart designed, and I was just flabbergasted at. What do you mean? How do you want it? And I sort of drew a rough sketch and.
135.
He went, yeah, right. Just give me a minute, and then next thing I know, there they are. It's incredible.
180.
Well, he ironically celebrated the previous visit, which got him his second maximum of the day, and he's followed it with his third.
41.
This
Danny
game
require
can be very
81.
weird.
Very.
Still got a job to do to get back into this match, though.
31.
I don't think Ben will be too concerned. I mean, ultimately, if a player all of a sudden out of nowhere starts banging in 180s and going out in
65.
11s, 12s,
Danny
13s, you
require
just sort of hold your
50.
hands up and go, well, you were too good.
Looks like tops.
Game shot on
And
the fifth leg.
things are
Danny van
clicking.
Tripe.
Not just the 180s, but maybe the doubling is starting to come. And look at his double statistics.
Sixth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
He still hasn't
Game
missed
on.
a double against Ben Robb.
Well, he's 4 out of 4 against him. 2 out of 2 in their match yesterday. Oh, hello.
140.
How was that managed to squeeze through and find the lipstick? Yeah, the doubling from both has been outstanding. But there's a massive gap in the averages.
60.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me to see Ben in the mid-90s.
180.
Not surprising to see him filling it up at the moment.
It's very surprising to see more than 2.5 180s in a match. That's what we've got. We've got 4
100.
now.
Yeah, it's been a rarity in this group.
Just going to remove some things from my shoes because my boots are full.
140.
And he's filling his boots. What a leg this is. 140, 180, 140. That's the kind of leg you want to produce to win a match.
Is it going to happen again?
45.
He's going to lose with 100% doubles again versus the same opponent.
Here's your answer.
Game shot.
And he does,
the
and he
match,
produces
Ben Robb.
an 11 darter. We waited a long time to do anything better than a 12. In our last match, Jeroen Mioch produced an 11 in leg 3. Well, Ben Robb has produced an 11 in leg 6 to get over the line 4-2 with a wonderful 99.56 average. When we come back, it is Raymond Smith back in action against Kieran Tian.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. And you would have enjoyed that treat of a performance before the break as Ben Robb, well, he ran riot, didn't he, in that 4-2 success over the Dutchman Danny van Tripe, a success that Robb sealed with an 11-darter, averaging just shy of 100 in that one. 4 out of 5 on the doubles as well. That's absolutely brilliant. Van Tripe himself was 100%, but was restricted to just 2 darts at double in the entire match. Not Danny's day so far, but Ben Robb has won 2, lost 2 now in this group today. And he's just trying to climb the table and keep the pressure on Raymond Smith at the top, as is Jeroen Mioch. But if Smith wins his game in hand here, he will restore that 4-point cushion to the rest of the field. He takes on Kieran Tian, who you can see there bottom of the table with just 2 points. It's a meeting between a player who has only lost 1 match and a player who's only won 1 match so far. That victory for Tian did come against Ben Robb. He led 3-0. Robb fought back, but Tian very, very happy to get over the line in the end there. Raymond Smith did, though, win their meeting yesterday when he had a perfect day and Tian failed to pick up a point. At 87, during that win, and Raymond Smith, well, he's going to play Karel Sedlacek at the Alexandra Palace at the World Championship. The winner taking on Dirk van Dijvenbode. It's looking like a brutal section of the draw now based on what we've seen from Smith so far this week, and I'm pretty sure that Karel will be keeping an eye on his progress the way he's playing, and I'm sure DVD will too. Right, time to press play even on game 12. If I can get my words out, I'm sure Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason can.
All the P's there. I don't think we can go there, can we? Got there in the end, Paul. Got there in the end.
Well, I think Raymond Smith's looking for all the W's.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is literally the other end of the spectrum, isn't it? One player, as Murph mentioned, there's 1 win against one player who's only lost 1. 3-10 Smith to win this, 12-5 Ciaran Teehan, and this is the final match of the 4th cycle of games. At the completion of this one, all the players with 1 more to play, and all the players with plenty to play for. What we call Tuesday, moving day. And in the match following this one, 2 players who've been moving in the right direction. Ben Robb against Jeroen Mioch.
First
it will
leg,
be
it's Raymond
Atkinson against
first.
Smith. And then our
Game
final
on.
game will be Tian against Danny van Tripe, who, well, that one, they both need to get something out of that match just to give them both some confidence going into tomorrow. But this is a real tough game for Tian.
97.
Raymond Smith is on the crest of a wave right now.
We mentioned a little bit about yesterday when Raymond Smith won the Australian Open this year.
Yeah.
In Echuca. Well, it's actually in Moama. It's on the New South Wales side of
I'll
the
take your
Murray
word
River.
for that. I couldn't even spell it. Never
It
mind.
was a really interesting tournament because some people did travel over there for the world champion Neil Duff went
100.
there. But Neil did not make the final because he was beaten by Raymond Smith. Raymond beat Hopai Pua in the final by 10 legs to 9. And he also beat former World Trophy champion in the quarters, Peter Mason.
Oh, yeah. Remember, I think I did commentate on that. Was that the,
140.
That was in Barry.
Room to require
Yes.
124.
You can't say it as in Barry without going full on Gavin and Stacey. But here's how ruthless Raymond Smith can be. He's not going to take a 1-2-4 again like he did earlier.
92.
But he can beat his own son in the group stage, like he did in the Australian Open. That's how ruthless he can be.
well,
60.
talking of ruthless, we've seen that
32.
from James Richardson when he hit the 9 against his son at 3-3.
How about 1-0?
Game shot
I
on the
wasn't
first
expecting it in
leg.
that portion
Raymond
of the double
Smith.
16, but Raymond doesn't mind.
14-dart hold to get this one underway.
Second leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game on.
I always like to look down somebody's CV at what they've won. And looking at someone like Michael Smith's
29.
CV, he's won some crazy named tournaments in the United States. He's been around a bit. But as far as Raymond is concerned, he's won the Central Coast Classic in 2015. He's won the New South Wales Open, the North Queensland Classic 3 times. And he's won 9 events on the DPA Tour, which is pretty good.
140.
Certainly is when you consider the standard, and we've seen the quality of the players that have crossed the, well, come across halfway across the world to compete in the
60.
World Championships in both codes.
He's also been a DPA ranking
100.
champion, so the winner of the rankings at the end of the season, which gets you into the World Championship. It's an interesting list of players, actually. Gigi Mathers has won that twice.
Not shocked. Fine player.
140.
Yeah, you have to be a proper player to win it twice. In fact, it's only been defended once by Loz Ryder,
Wow.
who made 2 appearances at
Yep.
the World Championship.
81.
Also been won by the likes of Whitlock, Tony Fleet, Brian Roach, Corey Cadby, Damon Hetta. That's how he got into the Worlds. I won it myself back in 2008. Sean Reed, remember him?
Yep.
Great trip down memory
139.
lane.
Kieran, you
Well,
retire.
talking about
151.
great Australia. I mean, how good could Corey Cadby have been?
Oh, well, I can't lock out that conversation without talking about Kyle
59. Raymond, you
back
require
in
62.
2013, and that's where he decided to come over here, and he was here until the very end. Double 16 again.
Game
He
shot
just
on the
looks
second
really
leg.
solid
Raymond
again.
Smith.
He's not tiring at all.
No. No, we've seen a little flicker yesterday where,
Third leg
There
is
was
Raymond to throw first.
well, no doubt
Game
a bit
on.
of fatigue and a bit of jet lag thrown in there. But today he has been on it, and it's taken an outstanding performance from Ben Robb
60.
to have beaten Raymond Smith today, and it was only by the odd leg 4-3. He didn't do too much wrong in that match, did he, Smith? He lost 4-3, 93-1-4 the average. 60% on the doubles. It was a special performance from Robb, 98.14.
I've asked you a couple of stinging questions today, but I'll make it a bit simpler this time.
100.
Is anybody going to stop Raymond Smith from winning Group A?
No.
I concur.
It's a simple answer, no. I think
76.
I think there's, well, we know there's another gear with the performances we've seen less than 12 months ago at the World Championships tells me that there's a little bit more left in the locker. I certainly think there's
100.
some more 180s in him. And I think once he starts hitting them, the floodgates will open and then everybody's in serious trouble. I mean, listen, he's not just a favourite to win this Group A.
100.
You've got to consider him a favourite to win the week.
I'd have to agree. There's a lot of talent coming your way before the end of Saturday night and Sunday morning, but when you look at players like Carl Wilkinson, Dylan Slevin,
130.
Peter Jakes, Prakash Jiwa, Chaz Barstow and Fallon Sherrick, I'm going to name them all. They're all great players, but do they have the staying power and the reps in the tank that Raymond Smith has got? I just don't know.
Well, I think Chaz Barstow has the higher ceiling because we've seen it from him, but can he hold a level, you know, the course and distance? That's the big question.
71.
I mean,
Kieran, you require
a
125.
player very similar to Raymond is Peter Jakes. He's just rock solid, isn't he?
Yeah.
Old school.
It's got to be 60 tops now. And here's the thing about Smith as well. He missed that
Raymond, you require
previous checkout,
40.
but even when he misses, it's not far away.
No, it's millimeters.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Raymond
45
Smith.
darts to win the opening 3 legs, an average of 100.2.
Fourth leg, it's
5
Kieran to
scores
throw
between
first.
a ton of
Game
139,
on.
3 140s. And I mentioned it a little earlier. In that match against Ben Robb, he was 60% on the doubles. Well,
104.
that's exactly where he is right now, 3 from 5.
I don't think you were here for the week when we had Daniel Klose of Germany, and he had a really good Group A campaign, which he won. And he ended up going sightseeing on the Thursday and the Friday. He came back and didn't win on the Saturday, but didn't play poorly. And when he was upstairs talking to our host. He was asked, are you tired after the
81.
past 3 days? And he said, no, this is easy compared to the PDC Europe Super League. Now, it just goes to show, if you're coming to this arena to play, you must put the hours in. If you don't, you will get found out.
Yeah, you need that match fitness, don't you?
And you did put in the hours well before this, didn't you? That's why you succeeded.
Yeah, I'm a good month,
96.
5 weeks of playing for really long periods of time just to... It's incredible how the muscle memory goes in that, you know, the elbow, well, my elbow was the one that
90.
I really struggled with because it's just not used to that kind of repetitive, well, that's where the RSIs comes from, isn't it?
And one of the things that Raymond Smith has not done this week is plant in a ton plus average.
91.
If he finds this, he will. Find it, he won't.
51.
Well,
Kieran, you require 80.
if this doesn't go, well, in terms of averages, it's the kind of ones where you hope it does go.
Well, he's trying
70.
something different. I admire that about Ciaran Teehan,
40.
trying something else.
Yeah, mix it up.
But ultimately, it may not be enough. And it isn't enough.
Shot, and
It
the
will
match,
be his
Raymond
first
Smith.
ton plus average. And it is a very good one indeed. 103.66. And the doubles again, just imperious from a very dominant force here in Group A. There it is. 62, the highest checkout. He doesn't have to do anything spectacular at the end because right there, he got just the one max, but a lot of good high scores. And Tian with what I think is his biggest average of the week, and he didn't even get a leg. So there you go. Round 4 is over, and when we come back, it's the final round of matches for Tuesday.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And it's free to watch and free to attend as well. If you want to come here to the Super Series on a Saturday night, head to dartshop.tv and book your tickets. We're based in Portsmouth. If you can get here by 10 o'clock on any of our finals nights, make sure you tick that one off the darting bucket list. And what a performance you've just seen from Raymond Smith. A fantastic display. 103.66. I mentioned that his potential Ali Pali opponents may be watching. Well, they'll be hiding behind the sofa after that one. A fantastic display. He only used 58 darts in the entire match. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Kieran Tian powerless to do anything about it. And as the boys in commentary said, his highest average, yet didn't get a leg in the match. Absolutely brilliant from Raymond Smith. And it means that he does pull clear at the top of the Group A table as we move towards the end of the second of the 3 days. Jeroen Mioch and Robb both on 12 points, 4 behind the leader, Adam Atkinson on 8, and then Danny van Tripe, Kieran Tian at the other end of the group. And next up it is a meeting between second and third place as Mioch takes on Robb. And we saw this earlier from Jeroen Mioch. He was going for a 1-2-6, going for a double 6, and he actually ended up busting his score in that match against Adam Atkinson, but he put it right in the very next leg when he cleaned up a fabulous 1-4-3 to seal a 4-1 win. He's had a great day today so far, but he is looking for revenge over Robb for this defeat yesterday. The New Zealand player taking out that 52 for a 4-2 victory, so it does look like this pair are in a race for second place in this group. If Raymond Smith carries on the form that he's in, he's going to take some toppling. So this one may be for P2 in Group A, and Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are ready to guide you through it.
Yes, welcome to the final round of matches. Thanks, Chris. And we have second and third going up against each other here, with Robb on 12 points, Mioc on 12 points, but a 4-point gap between themselves and the next person, which is Adam Atkinson. So, going into Wednesday's play, these guys are going to be occupying second and third, which you've just eloquently put to me, mate. Doesn't really make any difference.
No, it's fairly irrelevant, second or third. The winner is the one that goes straight through to Saturday's final, gets Thursday and Friday off. The advantage of being in second or third position is you go into the 5-player field of Group B, which is a much more normal time to be playing, 10 o'clock at night on a Thursday and Friday night. And it's 45. The top 3 that progress to join the winner of Group A. And then those finishing 4th, 5th and 6th go into Group C, which is the 43. Thursday and Friday morning group of 6. And it's only the top 2, so a lot tougher. The reward for finishing in second and third, of course, is going into that Group B.
121.
And the Group B is looking rather tasty, isn't it?
Yes, just a bit of evening bar store. Peter Jakes and Prakash Jiwa.
180.
First time for Prakash Jiwa to be here. Peter Jakes has won here. Charles Barstow has been here for a Champions Week, but 47. It didn't go his way.
Then you require 138.
No, certainly didn't. The most experienced player in the field this week is Charles Barstow.
84.
He will be playing his 226th Super Series match between here and what was previously known as the Live League down in Southampton.
100. Ben, you require 54.
And he hasn't won here yet.
No.
But he won plenty in Southampton. Ben Robb wins the first leg in 14 darts.
Ben Robb.
It's almost as if he's starting to find his feet now.
Yeah, he's just looking so much more comfortable. There was a little bit of a stutter, wasn't there?
A bit like marathon runners, they will have peaks and troughs over the course of 26 and a bit miles.
And this is very much a marathon.
100.
Yes. And you get those people out there who think, darts isn't a sport. Imagine how your arm would feel and how your knees would feel.
120.
Ooh, that is what's called a hat stand in the Netherlands. And Ben Robb will hang his hat on a 120-point start. But this is a marathon.
140.
And after 2 or 3 days of playing this, or even 6, imagine how your knees would feel, your arm, your shoulder. your head.
140.
Yeah, physically and mentally, it's brutal, and it's quite a takes a while to get your head around it, because you go from this marathon, and then it's sort of like a 10K on a Thursday and Friday, and then it's just like a 200-meter sprint on a Saturday night. You have to deal with all of that en route to trying to win a week and get in Champions Week.
Something's happened, I think, between the last game and this one, you know.
Ben, you require
there may have been a bit of banter between Raymond Smith and Ben Robb. When Raymond put in that 103.66, he might have said, oh, I've got the biggest average of the week so far.
You're only require
the response
100.
from Robb has been rather good.
Yeah, I think he would have been... well, I've heard them actually passing through, and you know, there's been, oh, I'm leading the 180s, and then
60.
Raymond's going, oh, I've got the best average now. So there is plenty of banter going on there. There's some bragging rights. Oops.
Oh, no. Well, I was just about to say he's got a good mark over tops, but
20.
he didn't leave it.
You're only require 40.
That's just a lack of concentration. That's a great guide.
Game shot,
uses
the second
it,
leg.
bumps in.
Jeroen Mioch.
And, well, a huge mistake from Ben Robb.
Third leg, it's Ben to throw
17-dart hold.
Game on.
In response to a 14-dart hold in leg 1.
I don't know why, but I've just looked at that shirt of Jeroen Mioch, and it almost reminds me of an
95.
off-colour Cincinnati Bengals top. I may have to go to the bathroom and be sick a little bit.
83.
For any Cincinnati Bengals fans out there, I do apologise. I am a Steelers fan after all. We don't like each other very much. But it's still a very fetching shirt.
58.
I wonder what colour he's going to wear tomorrow.
I know. I wonder how many he's brought with him.
I wonder what colour flights he's going to use.
Well, maybe white.
58.
We've had red and blue.
Maybe a little bit of orange.
Could well be.
If it is orange, it'll definitely look like a Cincinnati Bengals shirt.
59.
Oh, Big Rig is looking like a Green Bay Packer right now with the same colour as yesterday. Maybe that's the chosen colour for this week and for next week. Got a great design on it.
Yeah, it is. It's fetching.
140.
I always like to see that when you've got 2 darts at a treble 20. He just doesn't come up short. I know it landed short, but he gave it enough.
97. Ben, you
bounced into the top of that barrel and
149.
bounced away. He gave it every chance, though.
$89.
That will do. 60 after 15. Jerome back on 180. He'll be hoping for a 140, but that one...
40. Ben, you
strayed.
require 60.
Well, take 2.
This is a little bit better on a 60 checkout.
Game shot on the
That's
third
really
leg.
good.
Ben
18-dart
Robb.
hold there for Ben.
Well, that'll just steady things up after that mistake in leg 2.
Fourth leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Finally in the balance, this one. There's plenty riding on it, of course. This is their final game of the day. And looking at the
60.
table, it's Ben on 12 points plus 7. Jeroen on 12 points plus 8.
They've been neck and neck pretty much all day, haven't they?
Yeah. Been trading places.
If you were to have asked me at the start of play yesterday, of the 2 Dutch players, who did I think would be in the top 3? I would have said Danny van Trijp.
Well, we've seen a 9 from him, and he's, of course, a tour card holder. And he's not quite
100.
produced the consistency. I think that's an element of a lot of players' game. It's all about the A game, and the B game comes in time, I suppose, as you develop as a player.
57.
You want to set yourself a target from this number. Maybe something like a 2-darter would be nice.
174.
It doesn't get any better than that. Beautifully
I was just
crafted.
about to say, just like that. And then just like that.
180. You're only required
Oh,
45.
now he knows he can't miss this.
Game
He has
shot on
been
the
really
foreplay.
good in that corner of the
Jeroen
board.
Mioch.
I think he's starting to get a bit of confidence about himself. I think in this field, he doesn't feel out of
Fifth leg,
place.
it's Ben to throw first.
I think
Game
because
on.
of how long this process is in Group A, you can play yourself into form, and it's backed up by the numbers
85.
and how you feel. You think to yourself, well, I'm playing okay here. And there's nothing like genuine confidence. You can do all you like
140.
in your living room or in your practice room, but when you're doing it under the lights and under pressure, it's a completely different feeling.
59.
Is there any better feeling?
No. Not if you're a dart player. Standing there and thinking, I'm going to hit a max, and you do.
140.
Unreal.
Is there a moment in your career when you felt that way after a certain shot?
Yeah, you have
57.
them. And I think that's the difference between those that go on to win major honours. Is it's right having the belief, and then it's you do it, but you don't do it for long enough periods. They tend to sort of last minutes rather than months, and that's what you need.
Yeah, I remember a game I
100.
played at the World Championship actually
You're
against
only
Alan Tavern.
require
It was in
81.
round 2, and I knew I was going to win 4-0. I felt so good. I'd shaken everything off as far as nerves are
41.
concerned. I felt as comfortable as I'd ever felt. And I just knew, with all due respect to Alan at the time, he wasn't in great form, but I knew I was going to win 4-0, and I did.
81.
I played
You're only required
Barney in
40.
'99 in the semis, and I lost 5-2 or 5-3.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jeroen Mioch.
But when we played, when the draw was done less than 12 months
Sixth leg,
later,
it's your own to throw
and
first.
I drew him up
Game
to
on.
that period, I was just playing unbelievable. I think I did 1,000 plus averages in Super League, and I was winning tournaments. I was winning opens.
59.
And I went into that with absolute 100. I remember doing an interview, and it wasn't hype or it wasn't fake. I said, I just can't see how he
100.
can win. If I can run him that close before, and I wasn't at my absolute peak, and I was adamant, and I thought there's no way
85.
my level is going to drop to such a level to give him an opportunity. I mean, he is one of the sport's greats, of course, but this sport gives you numbers
95.
and and levels. And at that time, going into that world, I just felt my level was superior to his, and it panned out. And that was one of the few times I actually
80.
was, and it wasn't BS. It was just genuine belief, because I hadn't just done it for a week. I'd done it pretty much for the whole season.
Real confidence
58.
as opposed to manufactured.
Yeah, you're fake. Yeah,
I get the feeling
because you
that
fake it until you make it.
absolutely. Now, the averages
30.
are pretty decent, but we look at Ben Robb. He's only had 3 shots at a double in 5 legs.
And he's averaging more than his opponent.
60.
There you have it. He had the good.
Doesn't really make mathematical sense.
It doesn't to me. Seeing this game, it almost feels like this should be greater than this.
83.
But I admire what Mioc has done all day today. He could walk away with 8 points to add to 6 from
94.
yesterday.
You're on your
And he's
required
growing in my
164.
estimation.
And in this field, that's some effort. Should be ball.
59. Ben, you require 94.
He'd have hit the 25 going, aiming at the ball. He would have left
Game
himself
shot
a
on the
2
sixth
darter, all
leg.
irrelevant,
Ben
because
Robb.
that is the essential break back that Ben Robb needed. And it's coming 17 darts.
7th and final leg. It's
We
Ben
go
to throw first.
to
Game
A
on.
one-leg shootout with Robb having advantage of throw. I thought Jerome was going to win this one.
Yeah, I did too. Thought he might just sneak it 4 legs to 2,
140.
but at this stage, if you have ambitions of winning this group and somehow toppling Raymond Smith, you need to win this leg.
180.
That will help.
Yeah, because this is almost like a 4-pointer, isn't it?
And then you just pray that Adam Atkinson is going to have
100.
maybe his best game of the last couple of days in taking out Smith and confining him to only 6 points today.
96.
Well, they're starting to get their act together on the 180s. There's been a little bit more likelihood of it today.
Yeah.
81.
It's a decent recovery there from Ben. But 225 and 6 darts, possible.
Very achievable. Not now.
Got to be perfect.
45.
And he's not. Ben Robb retains the throw.
Absolute parasite. Oh, he'd love another.
100.
Again, he gave it a chance. Just didn't nestle.
It just kicked away, didn't it? Rather than get drawn in.
If it hits the bottom half of the barrel, it'll nestle. If it hits the top half, it won't.
95. Ben, you
Because
require
of the nature
80.
of the tungsten.
In the shape of the darts as well.
That's another single for a match start at tops.
Game,
And he
shot,
finishes his
and
day
the
with a
match.
very tidy
Ben
4-3
Robb.
win against Jeroen Mioch, who had an excellent day. In fact, he's had the same sort of day as yesterday. He should be very proud of the 12 points he's amassed. But Ben Robb, who started the day in second position, is going to finish the day in second position. Raymond Smith could finish with a grand total of 18 points after 2 days of action. And that will be dependent on his next game against Adam Atkinson, which follows what you've just seen, a 4-3 win for Ben Robb with that 92.94 average. And again, he has a good time on the doubles, but overall, over the last couple of days, it's been a bit up and down. That one was an up. Raymond Smith is next against Double A.
Welcome back. Well, it came down to one leg to decide who would end the day in second place in Group A. And it was big rig Ben Robb who wrestled it away from Jeroen Mioch in that one. 4 out of 5 on the doubles. The big stat that stands out there. A 94 checkout in there as well. And a 93 average for Ben Robb, who finishes the day on a high. And we'll take a look at the table for confirmation that Ben Robb is indeed in second place. Now, he might be looking for a bit of a favour here because Raymond Smith has been the runaway leader throughout this group. If he wins, he'll go into the final day 4 points clear. But if Adam Atkinson can beat him, then the race is on between Robb and Raymond, you would think. So the penultimate match of the day is between Adam Atkinson and Raymond Smith. When the pair met yesterday, Atkinson took out this 97 finish. but was ultimately beaten by Raymond, as was everybody else here on Monday. But let's just take a moment to marvel at a masterclass from Raymond Smith, the guru, in his last game against Kieran Tian, winning his 4 legs in no time at all. The first leg done in 14 darts, the second one there done in 15. Leg 3 was wrapped up in 16 darts. And then he completed the victory with the best leg of the lot, a 13 darter, to complete the whitewash win on what has been a very good showing from him once again. Just the one defeat across the 2 days so far for Raymond Smith, who's been celebrating his birthday in style. Can he put the icing on the cake with this last performance here? Let's find out with Paul and Chris Mason, who might be about to do a rendition of Happy Birthday. Who knows?
No, definitely not. I mean, Paul might want to, but I doubt that. But yeah, what a birthday it could be for Raymond Smith. You would expect him to come out of this one on top.
Yes, you would. And I'm not going to sing Happy Birthday. Let's just get that out there. If I was to arrange a Happy Birthday, funny enough, for Raymond, I would get a whole bunch of Japanese people together and sing Happy Birthday the way they do, because it's just fun.
Well, they do like a karaoke, don't they?
I wonder if Raymond likes karaoke. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who likes karaoke.
If he did it, you'd think it'd be something
First
quite,
leg, it's
something
Adam
like
to throw first.
Dirk van Duivenbode would
Game on.
walk on to.
I was thinking it might be an instrumental. Just stand there, statuesque.
Yeah,
I thank you.
You'd think it'd be something fairly rocky. I don't mean Eye of the Tiger.
Or Josh Rock.
84.
No.
Yeah, he's been solid as a rock again today. I know he's lost one, but he has this superb opportunity now
60.
of creating that 4-point gap again.
Well, he's getting close to our record, isn't he, for legs difference? Because he's currently on 16 points plus 22. The record is 29,
41.
I do believe.
Well, yesterday he was plus 14, which gave him a great start. I say he's only plus 8 for the day. But if he can get himself to double figures and to plus 24 with those 18 points,
140.
the record is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no flicker of emotion from him. He's still absolutely switched on and measured. Head down, and he's got one thing on his mind, and it's not birthday cake.
60.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
$100.
Like I said earlier, when he misses, it's just not far away. He doesn't have wild darts.
No. And we've seen that from everybody, haven't we, in the past couple of days.
How would you assess how Adam's played the last couple of days? Because today's been a
82.
lot better. He's got 6 points, as has Ben Robb, who's finished his campaign. Raymond Smith's got 6 points, and whoever wins this game is going to finish as the daily leader. And Jeroen Mioch has got 6 points as
87.
well, so without playing anywhere near his best, he's still amassed points.
Yeah, I think yesterday Adam tried a little bit too hard. I think he was forcing everything, where today I think he's came in a little bit more settled
41.
and
Raymond to require
seen what's gone on around him,
114.
and that's taken the pressure off, and maybe he's thrown a little bit more like he's capable of, but still plenty to play for.
Game shot on the
And
first
again,
leg.
just
Raymond
absolutely
Smith.
measured and in control. He's in control of everything. His emotions, the
Second leg is
board.
Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Just playing a very, very solid all-round game.
It's almost as if he knows he's going to hit that.
Well,
And
that's
that,
where genuine belief comes from.
absolutely.
45.
Well, put that one in your book, because that's a rare 45. That's a rare visit without a treble.
And he goes back to the table, takes a chance to reset. That in itself shows how aware he is of what he needs to do. It wasn't a moment where he'd stand there
97.
statuesque. He had a bad visit. He went to the table. He just took a moment.
This is where you know, we talk about shoulder content here at the Super Series, and I had to him sit down with either yourself or
96.
Murph and just sort of try and take him back and where his influences came from, who sort of guided him, whether this is a natural process or something that's, you know, he's thought about on his own. You're laughing. Was he guided by an absolute
59.
lunatic?
No, I'm laughing because as soon as you said who were his influences, I got a flashback to that movie, The Commitments,
All right.
when he's asking all of the audition people who were your influences.
140.
And I can imagine a little bit of a video with Raymond Smith. Who were your influences? I'd like to know.
Yeah, it'd be just fascinating because he's, you know, they're fairly experienced. His mannerisms and his board management and his management of his
41.
own emotions are very, very good.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Queensland man. A lot of great dart players in Queensland a long time ago and up to the current day. I mean, you think about Kyle Anderson used to always say that his hero was his dad.
41.
Yeah.
And he always used to say, this is how humble he was, my brother's a better player than me. He always thought Bo was better than him, even though Kyle had the career and Bo stayed in Australia. But with a lot of Aussies and Kiwis, their
84.
main darting influence was a family member. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was the same for Ray.
You'd think at some point someone sort of drummed into him about,
95.
you know, board management of emotion.
You make a really good point, actually, because I had some great people looking out for me when I was a kid, but it was only until I went to Australia did I get someone who took me aside and said, these are the things you should be focusing on. Do you realize how good you are? And it was a South African guy called
100.
Ruben Schulder, who was a good friend of Bob
Require
Anderson's,
84.
and taught me a lot for a good 2 or 3 years. Fabulous bloke. Tough at times. He would tell me off. Raymond's not going to tell himself off because he's got
Game
himself
shot
a
on the
2-0
second
lead
leg.
with a very,
Raymond
very
Smith.
good 84 conversion. And Adam is looking at the dust right now, which is being left by Mr. Smith.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
2 out
on.
of 2 on the doubles, a 114 in leg 1, 84 in leg 2. Yeah, I had lots of different influences and many I didn't listen to, but spent the majority of the sort of key moments in my career with
41.
Eric, and he was. You have to have been a bit of a sponge, very much like Phil Taylor was, where I was a little too rebellious and thought I knew best.
Who would you
100.
recommend for Adam's progression over the next couple of years? Because we spoke about this yesterday. We don't think that him getting a tour card immediately is a good thing. We think that maybe learning...
There's a lot of players. Nathan Gervin, who just lost to Josh Rock in the final of the World Youths, and obviously I've got, not financially, but an investment of time in Nathan, as he's almost a family member. But I've said to him, look, you just have another year
100.
of just learning your trade and learning about yourself more than anything. That's the key thing. But someone like Glenn Durrant, I think, would be very good for Adam. You know, they're not a million miles away. Someone who understands the fine aspects of the sport and how to manage your mind. And like I said, we've looked at the fundamentals. There's not really too much wrong, but I'm sure there's something that can be, you know, you never stop learning.
97.
Just because somebody else does something doesn't mean that you have to as well.
No.
You should find your own path and find out what's right. I mean...
Sometimes it's just somebody showing you the way.
Dart players used to look at me weirdly when I was coming back to the hotel at 8:15 in the morning from a run, and they're just having their breakfast. Where have you been? Oh, I've been for a run. Why? Because I need that time to exercise my mind and to get rid of my nervous energy. And they still make fun of me now about it. But it's what I needed. You need to find that for you. And Raymond Smith has obviously got a pretty good playbook because he's not doing anything wrong.
And there's nothing wrong with this either.
171.
What a
Raymond
reply
required
to leave.
24.
36.
Slight change of hockey position. I like that.
I say the
Game shot on
line
the
of
third
fire.
leg. Raymond Smith.
When you're at your best, you very rarely get it wrong.
Adam Atkinson, right now, I know exactly what he's thinking.
Fourth leg, it's
Yes,
What
so
have
do I.
I got to do
Game on.
to get a shot at a double?
A few more of those 171s would be a start.
140.
He won 4-0 in his last game yesterday, did Raymond. So we're on identical average watch. He had 50% on doubles against Danny van Tripe in game 14 yesterday, an average 95.43.
56.
I don't know the exact amount of darts that he'd need to mimic that. But I think Raymond wants to do something better than that.
Well, that's most definitely, you know, yesterday he was on debut.
41.
I know he wouldn't be intimidated by the environment, but it's just getting used to the routines and just the new environment and the process. And of course, did say yesterday that he felt a little bit tired at times and the jet lag. However, today he has come back even better. And yesterday was solid enough. But today he's been a different gravy.
Well, here's another example of that mental toughness.
140.
He had a 41 with his last visit. Minor talking to himself. And then the 140 to get himself possibly within 4 darts of a 4-0 win.
Which will take him to 18 points.
56.
Plus 26.
With a day to go.
Yeah, I'd been happy with that after 3 days. Just the points, never mind the leg difference.
Am I right in thinking that somebody has won Group A with 18 points before?
Yeah, yeah.
60.
That's ludicrous. He's going to go for a finish that Adam himself has hit today. He may go this whole match without 1 dart
84.
at the outer ring
Raymond
or the ball.
require 120.
But at least he sensibly left the 170 just in case. First match dart for Raymond Smith
Game
is the
shot,
only one he
and the
needs.
match, Raymond
And he
Smith.
does better his final game average from yesterday. That was just destructive. He mimics what Ben Robb has done many times this week in finding 80% on the doubles, 96.97 for the man at the top of the tree. He's 4 points ahead of Ben Robb going into Wednesday. And I, like Chris Mason, believe that he will not be toppled when he plays 5 matches tomorrow. As far as our last game for today is concerned, it will be Ireland versus the Netherlands. Van Tripe against Tian to finish us off.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Raymond Smith has been absolutely sensational over the last couple of days. He signs off on a high, back-to-back 4-0 wins, a 96.97 average, 80% checkout success, and he sealed that whitewash over Adam Atkinson with that Shanghai shot, the 120 checkout. Just one defeat in 2 days for the birthday boy Raymond Smith. He's top of the table on 18 points from 10 matches, a plus 26 leg difference. We're entering in to record territory here if Raymond continues this brilliant form in the final day of action in this group. Tomorrow, Ben, Robb and Jeroen Mioch battling it out for second place. As Chris Mason was saying in commentary, it doesn't really matter in which order they finish, but it is looking like they will be the boys in Group B. Adam Atkinson, Kieran Tian and Danny van Tripe in the bottom three, destined for Group C seemingly, though Atkinson in a better position than the rest. But the bottom two are about to play the final match of the day now. And Danny van Tripe took out this 109 finish when the pair met in the very first match of yesterday. A game he went on to win after Tian missed that double 16 to stay in it, allowing DVT to step forward, pin that double 10 and get the 4-1 win. That sparked a spell of a pointless day for Tian. Didn't win a match yesterday, but it's Danny van Tripe who's yet to win today. And if Tian can win this one, then he will leapfrog his opponent and move off the foot of the league table for the first time and might sleep a little better this evening. So let's take you through the final match of Tuesday's tungsten tossing with Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. What a fascinating table that reads. Incredible when you think about it. And we're going to have a little giggle. Not at these guys' expense, of course, but the gap in points and the gap in leg difference just makes for such amazing reading, purely because of the brilliance of the guru. But these two, who are destined, it seems, to be in Group C already when it comes to
First leg,
their
it's Kieran
graduation
to throw
from Group A
first.
to another group.
Game on.
Charlie will take you through this one, but with Tian on 2, DVT on 4, they're not going to catch the top 3.
No. And it's just the gap in leg difference.
60.
43 leg swing in leg difference between top and bottom. I mind blown.
I've never seen anything like it. And we've been doing this for a couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran's a weekly winner. You know, he's made a Champions Week.
He was the history-making guy of winning the first
45.
night on this stage.
Yep.
And he's adrift. Yet again, we have to see it. 43 legs. That's a lot of darts.
43.
Well, that's almost, you know, well, possibly 11 matches, isn't it?
Well, let's put something else into context, just while we can.
98.
Raymond has just beaten Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 0. And after every match, we write down these little stats just to jog our memories about what happened.
140.
I can't ever remember writing down so many zeros for someone from a loss. No legs, no 180s, no
100.
doubles, no attempts at a double, and no highest checkout. And that's nothing to do with Adam. That's got everything to do with the fact that Raymond Smith just defied everything he did.
Well, in the match before that against Ciaran Teehan, who averaged nearly 94, he was reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the whole match, because Raymond Smith averaged 103.66. His lowest average of the
84.
day is 91.69. He then backed that up with a 93.14, then a 97.6, then 103.66, and then 97.
34.
Oh, that's cruel. And that's so
Kieran, you require
just
62.
what his day has been about.
Yep.
He found 51% wire and 49% sisal. And it'd be so typical if this goes in. And of course it does.
Kieran Tian.
It's somehow an 18-dart hold. Kieran was priced at 5-4, Danny 4-7, and that was in. That's just caught the wire inside. It was the angle of entry of the dart.
$140.
I admire these guys just constantly knocking on the door. It's been a very, very difficult couple of days. But If Danny Van Tripe wants a little bit
36.
of good news, all he's got to do is talk to Tian about how you don't have to be brilliant in Group A. Graham Usher would be a good call to make.
I mean, before the off yesterday,
45.
if I'd have said to you, Danny will be bottom after 2 days' play, you'd have thought I'd have been bonkers.
Not at all.
And if he loses here to Ciaran Teehan, he will be
83.
bottom after
Yeah,
day two.
well pointed out by Murph, actually, because Tian's on 2 points in the table. Danny Van Tripe on 4,
100.
but they have identical leg difference at the minute of minus 17.
Still don't. I'm still
42.
keep looking at my tables, thinking, have I made a mistake?
If you look at mine, it says exactly the same.
Yeah.
58.
Some performances, some statistics, when they're so good, or when they're so different, the humanistic reaction is
60.
that real?
Danny, you require
Yeah.
158.
And I keep looking at that plus 26 of Raymond Smith, thinking that, no, that's not possible. But it's very possible.
98.
He could even, this is the weirdest thing. He could break that leg difference record by quite some stretch. If he mimics what he did yesterday, tomorrow,
60.
his leg difference
Danny,
will be
you
plus
require
40.
60.
Plus 40.
50.
And if you think he's going to slow down, think again.
Yeah, he still looks as fresh as a day. He looks like he could just do this again today. Just wants to try and pressure.
100. Danny, you
Double
require
5. This is
10.
no gimme.
Game shot on the second leg.
Of course, when you
Danny Van Tripe.
mention it's no gimme, it goes in for a start. Standard stuff. Well, we see
Third leg, it's Kieran to
MVG
throw
pull his
first.
socks up.
Game on.
Danny Van Tripe is just tying the laces. You don't want to fall off that stage.
You actually don't see many dark players using laces
171.
anymore because they don't want to have to do that.
Exactly.
Spend most of their time just using other alternatives like loafers or slip-ons. Last thing you want to do is trip over them, so he's done the right thing and just taking a bit of a breath right there and getting
60.
it done.
Bit of vertigo when he's stood back up.
You don't want to get one of those big head rushes.
98.
He might have got a bit of a head rush yesterday, beating Tian by 4 legs to 1 because he was 80% on doubles yesterday. That was excellent, but it seems to have gone wrong since then.
100.
Yeah, it's just been that little bit of doubt, hasn't there? And you can get swallowed up, especially with the
100.
quality we've seen in this group.
What do you think about their chances for tomorrow to spoil other people's day? I already get the feeling, because of experience, that Tian has almost made peace with the fact that he's not going to win the group. He's not going to make the top 3, so he just wants to play now.
And I think that's key in gaining
54.
confidence over the course of tomorrow to go into Thursday and Friday's Group C. And like I say, it's all about being at peace with yourself.
180.
Didn't
Kieran,
even
you
think about
require
the setup.
78.
The old
Interesting.
dead cat 180. Does it make any difference?
63. Danny, you require
I don't think
21.
Van Tripe thought he was going to get a shot there.
No.
Game shot
he
on the
got
third leg.
And it's a
Danny Van
14-dot
Tripe.
break.
Yeah, and Kieran Tian started that leg with a 171, but the 180 just
Fourth
again,
leg, it's
it
Danny
just
to throw
puts that
first.
pressure on, doesn't it?
Game on.
Makes you think, don't miss. And as soon as you think that, guess what? You'll miss.
100.
It's about that internal dialogue, isn't it? One of the reasons why people miss is because they think don't miss.
60.
If you can use positive, and I've been reading about this very recently, actually, positive self-talk. It's something that
85.
I'm not ashamed to say it. My hero, Chris Hemsworth, who plays Thor, he talks a lot about positive self-talk. And if you were to talk to yourself in a more positive manner,
50.
more positive things will happen. And I thoroughly believe it. And I think that maybe it's something that would have benefited Michael Smith maybe 5 years ago.
45.
But now that he's over the line, I think he'll talk to himself a bit more positively.
I mean, if you listen to you know, all these self-made millionaires and inventors, and they all have one thing in
57.
common. They all believed where they were going to end up. They all had that insane positivity and belief. I was very much one of those that had to not think. I just tried to completely
100. Danny, you
sort of
require
take the top of
138.
my head off, get the brain out, throw it in the bin, put the head back on, and then, oh, hello. And then see how I went from there, because when I did think about positive things, and you know, though it did happen from time to time, vast majority of the time, it would end up
60.
backfiring. But,
Danny, you require 12.
yeah, it's a different world we live in now, and the opportunities are vast, where back in my
Game
day,
shown
they
the
were
fourth
few and
leg.
far
Danny
between.
Van Tripe.
You had to deal with the disappointment, and then you'd almost be wallowing in that self-pity for months and months and months.
Fifth leg, it's Kieran to throw first. Game
Whoever
on.
loses this one is going to be wallowing at the bottom of the pool. You don't want to be spending a lot of time there. You'd
97.
rather be bobbing on the surface, taking in the sun. And that is where Raymond Smith is right now. Well, not right now, because he's probably walking back to his accommodation in
100.
about 3 degrees outside in Portsmouth, which is a little bit chillier than Queensland. I'm instructed by Gigi Mothers, who texted me yesterday saying it's 30 degrees. Thanks, Gigi.
81.
Yeah, anything you want to be bobbing around is it's on your inflatable with a cocktail in your hand, smiling.
57.
Seems to me like Tian has decided to stick with these other flights as well,
134.
instead of the other smaller ones. It does seem to me like his performance
96.
is marginally better with them.
I agree. I just don't think anything has gone his way particularly today.
So if he does watch these matches back, I think
58.
the right thing to do tomorrow is to persevere with the foldable flight, leave the molded ones in the case for a day.
Yeah.
Give these a proper go. Oh, and he's on 131. Let's see what he does. Old school or new school?
100. Kieran, you require 131.
No, new school.
$55. Danny, you require
I'll
148.
pick your route for this one. There's plenty of them.
58.
No, I wouldn't have put
Kieran, you
out of the
require
question there.
76.
2 treble 19s and double 17. That's the kind of thing Keegan Brown would do.
Tops to save.
56.
90 to
Danny, you
win.
require 90.
Now, does he go bull or does he go 20s? Because his pal Jeroen went bull earlier. Bull at the end.
45. Kieran, you require 20.
Well, last knock-ins for Ciaran Teehan. Edging closer.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
eventually
Kieran
gets there.
Tian.
And
How
that
much
really
of that
does,
could he see?
That really does sum up his day so far, doesn't it?
You know what
He's
the funny
being
thing
made
is? That to me,
Sixth leg, it's Danny
because of
to
where
throw
I stand,
first.
looks blocked.
Game on.
He's gone left. But then you realise he's seeing it from a very different height.
Yeah, he's looking down into the open bed.
121.
Do you wonder why the Netherlands is the tallest country on earth?
55.
Is it something to do with diet, lifestyle, cycling?
36.
Well, I think it's just, I'm not, well, it's, I suppose it's like everything else. You, two tall people, and then it
140.
just produce tall people that produce taller people and taller people.
41.
If you think I'm talking rubbish, by the way, the Netherlands is the tallest country on earth. So it begs the question, why don't they have a better rowing squad?
Or basketball team.
139.
Well, they do have a few good height. They have some great athletes.
Oh, they've got some
actually.
great swimmers.
Mm.
And some good sprinters. They've got Daphne Shippers.
83. Kieran, you
Big
require
fan.
167.
And one of the greatest names in sports history as well in swimming. Ooh, a 167?
Game
Oh,
shot
it's
on
a
the seat
pillar.
play. Kieran
We've had a
Tian.
170 today and a 167. And we're going the whole way with this one.
Seventh and
after
final
that.
leg. It's Kieran to
What
throw
a glorious
first.
camera
Game
angle for
on.
that as well.
And you saw the reaction from Kieran as if to say, well, what? Where have you been?
45.
By the way, the name of that Dutch swimmer is Pieter van den Hogenband.
Glad you said that. I could have got that terribly wrong.
60.
For a fairly small country, they've produced some incredible sports people over the years, haven't they?
96.
Yeah, they love a bit of speed skating too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not bad at the old soccer as well because they're still in the World Cup in the quarterfinal stage.
45.
They produced a fair few kickboxers as well over the years, not necessarily boxers in general.
48.
Tell you who's a very tall guy. And that's Lady Gaga's bodyguard, who was Dutch. Saw him in an elevator once, and he was huge.
100.
You like some of
40.
your MMA stuff. Alistair Overeem, of course.
He's a bit of a unit.
Yeah. He's been world champion many
100.
times.
I wonder how many of my ribs he could break with one kick.
All of them. And your spine.
I'd be like half
60.
a capital T by the time he's finished. Well, who's going to get the W here? Because this has not been a bad contest. And I get the feeling it's been a
100.
contest of two people who do not want to leave today with another defeat.
Absolutely. This could be the difference going into tomorrow and then into Group C with
95. Kieran, you
a
require
bit more confidence.
112.
He's just taken out the 167. Can he take out the 112? There's the treble 20. And there is the double 16.
Ciaran Teehan.
And the finishing, which has been his Achilles heel over the past couple of days. He rights the wrongs with a 167 to take us all the way. That 167 was a 12-dart break of throw. And then he gets the job done in leg 7 with another ton plus finish, the 112. So a good ending to the day for Kieran Tian, and he takes himself above Danny on the points table because of leg difference. Well, let's catch up with the boys on the balcony.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. A much better day for Kieran Tian, and in the end, Paul, condemning Danny van Tripe to the same fate that he suffered yesterday, 5 straight defeats.
Yeah, it's a bad one for Danny, isn't it? But I think they both know their fate now, so they can both go into tomorrow with the same mindset, but I think Kieran's going to feel a little bit better than Danny.
Yeah, we'll look at the league table now. Raymond Smith is the runaway leader. He's had a fantastic day again, losing just one match. Ben Robb has dropped off a little bit. Seems like he's learned how to beat Raymond, but forgot about beating everybody else.
Yeah, I think you might want to share that with other people because Raymond's going to take some stopping, not only in this group, but this week. His performance levels today were better than yesterday, even though he did lose one match. But that leg difference, it really does tell a story. He's been ruthless and a real pleasure to watch. And the one thing that Mason and I have been talking about with Raymond off the air is that he just looks like a tour player. He looks like he would worry anybody right now.
Yeah. Looking at that table, do we already know who's going into what group at the end of tomorrow?
I knew you were going to ask that, but I really do think that that will be the case. We haven't really seen much jostling over the last 24 hours since the end of day 1, and I believe that's probably how it's going to finish.
Right, quick chat about Raymond Smith himself then. Absolutely fantastic displays. Heading to the World Championship. Reached the last 16 there last year. He's been fantastic here. First of all, here at the Super Series, are we looking at record-breaking territory, perhaps the best ever performance in a Group A? And just following that, can he do damage at Ali Pali again?
Let's put it this way. If Karel Sedlacek is not watching this, he should be, because you should get information about your opponents if it's available. This is available in a lot of places. He should be sitting on his couch or in his practice room in Prague or near Prague saying, this is who I've got to play. I've got to sharpen my act up because he is for real. If he makes the last 16 of the Worlds again, it probably won't be a shock because he's probably in better condition than he was 12 months ago.
Yeah, this is superb preparation for him. Look, it looks like we know the destiny of the players for the rest of the week, but it's certainly worth tuning in tomorrow because Raymond Smith is doing incredible things here at the Super Series, and he's one to keep an eye on going into the World Championship. We're back on air 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And so far in this group, it's been all about Raymond. See you tomorrow.